na wazungumzaji wengine ambao labda wako nyuma yangu. Hope mnanisikia? Haya, mimi naongea kutoka Kwale. And Kwale, wakati other counties have been organizing demos na wanaenda kwa streets and all that has been happening, Kwale mara nyingi haijakuwa ikiangaziwa, na hii imetokea wakati mainstream media wameanza kuwa bias katika reporting yao. Maandamano zote, mimi ni mmoja wapo ambao tulishiriki katika maandamano hapa Kwale. Hata the last one that we did on Tuesday, I was abducted. I wouldn't say that was arrest. I was abducted together with one Kwale activist lady called Sumeya. Tukarushwa pale ndani, na ningependa kushukuru sana LSK, maanake tuliporushwa ndani, I didn't know anybody to call. So what I did, I just told my wife, hebu ingia kwa account yako, you just post Don Collins has been arrested and please release Don Collins. Hivyo ndo rafiki zangu wengine walipata kujua and inform the LSK lawyers. Tulitoka, but we were released on a cash bail of 10k. Tukaambiwa twende kotini last Thursday. Tulipofika kotini Kwale, our file did not come. Tulishinda hapo mchana mzima, saa 10 tukarudi kwa station, Diani police station Kwale, Diani. Tukauliza OCS, mbona file yetu haikufika kotini? Akaanza kutupatia a lot of stories kwamba I don't know, the president is coming to Kwale and they are so busy, so is extending again. So it has been extended Tuesday, tomorrow again tunaenda kotini. Tukamwambia Tuesday ni siku zetu za maandamano, why you putting it on Tuesday, why not Monday or even Wednesday? Alikataa, but the news ambayo tunapata ni kwamba they are doing so because they've already marked us kama sisi ndio tunaongoza maandamano Kwale, so we should be in, ndio watu wengine waogope kwenda kwa streets. And the day we were arrested, we found 42 boys in Diani police station who were arrested the night before the demos. And some of them, I noted them, very innocent people. So tulipoanza kuchunguza, kumbe they do this. Walisha mark wale zile faces familia kwa maandamano. Say they go, arrest you wherever you are, kuweka pale ndani ndio mkiitisha maandamano. Now when people want to go to the street, they will not see the familiar faces because there are people who join the maandamano because they know so and so is harmless, so I can join. But wakiondoa us, nobody will go to the streets. Akiona unfamiliar face atasema those are goons and they will not join. So that's how they're trying to kill this movement. But vile tumesema, all their evil acts are just making us strong. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Don. Okay. Maybe to emphasize that we need to remain with the nane because that is our agenda for now. We have only a few days to go. May we have points concerning nane. We have KOT on board. Someone is speaking. Kenya. Thank you, Kenya. So I will give opportunity to KOT to go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Esther. Sijui shida yangu na hizi spaces imekuwa gani. I'm really struggling, in fact. I don't know why. Anyway, so on matters nane, yeah. Of course plans are underway. Kila mtu anajipangia. And so I was requesting, because currently we are having that fund drive when inaendelea na some money are coming in from you guys when mko kwa spaces. So I was requesting if any person who is on the space and he or she is a mobilizer can get people wakuje DM yangu, and if they can't access my DM, kuko na namba ya WhatsApp hapo kwa link yangu. So we see how we are going to try and help them with logistics za kufika on nini hiyo tarehe 8. So if you are here na unajua, you can really rally people, yeah, to come out and demonstrate peacefully just DM me on my WhatsApp ama on my DM, then I'll try as much as possible to see how we are going to sort out some few things. I think niyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Asante sana KOT. When you come as a speaker, ensure you mute. Geoffrey, mute because you have not been assigned to speak. I've dropped Kenya because keeps on unmuting. Anyway, another thing I want to put across is may we request to be speakers, and I will strictly now go with 3 minutes. So those who want to speak, request more, and the ones who are already here on the speaker panel, we are only having 3 minutes. So ensure your points are in order. You're not going to fumble around your points. Geoffrey, mute kindly, or else I drop you. So we are going to have Chris, go ahead, and then we have Black. Yeah, Chris, you have, are you talking? Because I cannot hear you. Okay, Black, go ahead as Chris is checking on his mic. Black.
Okay, thank you, Esther. Thank you, Wanyama. I don't know if I'm audible enough.
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to keep it brief. So one thing that I need to say is, to us as a Gen Zs, we need to succeed this war, because if we do not, hakutakuwa na any evidence of our efforts. Itabaki, it is just a matter of pictures in our galleries, some few photos in the media, and that's it. So we'll just have to win this war. Let us not relent. Let us come out for the Nane march. Now, and on that, now we need how to change the dynamic of our maandamanos. Initially imekuanga tu tukisema tunakuja, then ikifika by 5, no, let us go home. Hizo past 5 ni wakati wa magoons. I believe this time tunakata kani kukesha, tukae hapo, tubaki hapo, tukae, so that the government will have to listen. And now let me tell you, mimi mwenyewe niko tu na hasira mingi ya huyu Ruto, and among the questions that I have is this person alifire the CSs. Yes, it was a good move. Yes, I agree. But now here comes my question. Okay, how do you fire someone on grounds of poor performance, on grounds of maybe like there's corruption, and again you reinstate them kwa job? You know, hawezi vuta mtu yet alikuwa na performance mbaya after na bado mrudishe. Now miraculously now the guy tena ni mzuri tena. Unajua hizo ndio maswali zenye tunafaa tukue tunaulizana, is in huyu jamaa kwani how incompetent is he as a president, ya kwamba will make 2 steps ahead then almost arudishe tena kama 8 steps backward. You understand? That is true. Then thirdly, kwa wenye wataongea after mimi ama wenye kwa speaker panel, if you can address this question. Me, I have a question. We are speaking about civic education. Yes, ya kwamba let us tell a friend to tell a friend, enda nyumbani, mashinani, everywhere that you're given a chance, tell a friend to tell a friend. But here comes my question. With that civic education, mimi kuna hii group yenye sijaelewa itasaidika aje. Hii group ya mtu analipwa afanye kitu. You understand? How do us hizo au magoons ndio asikue, how do we get to them? How do us, mtu analipwa ati ndio apigie mtu fulani kura, au tunadili na wao aje? Is there maybe of a mechanism or maybe a law that can be implemented ya kwamba like a sitting member of parliament hafai kuwa na dish out nini pesa, because now hizo ndio zile mafactors zenye tunazafaa tukue tunazicounter. You understand? How do we now get rid out of hizi mtu analipwa ati ndio aseme Ruto must win, such things. You understand? So if kuna mmoja anasaidia maybe hata kueducate, maybe being included, if unaweza nielezea by the way how, because where I come from, hao watu ni wengi bwana. So how do I tell these people manze bwana huyu jamaa anawafanyisha watu ujinga? Then nikimalizia ni hii ya mwisho. Yes, people, it is a revolution. Kuna wenye manzile kwa to lose their lives, and that is a very bitter pill to swallow, but we will lead again just to soldier on. Let their blood isikue shed bure. Nimeanza kunotice how MPs nini wanaanza slowly infiltrate these demonstrations. Tusiallow, I'm telling you, do not give these people a chance to speak in these platforms, because they'll change their narrative. Yes, namalizia Esther, they'll change their narrative. So kindly, those who were na host spaces, kindly watu yani wasikuwe na say kwa ground na pia hapa. Then thank you.
Asante sana Black. May we keep raising our hands so that I know who is present and who is not present. Geoffrey, go ahead. You are unmuted. Geoffrey.
Yes. Good morning everyone. Kitu mi ningetaka kuambia, mnanisikia?
Vizuri sana.
Kitu mi ningetaka kuambia, let us all keep pressing this thing. Ukiachia hapa hakuna kitu watu watakuwa wameachieve. So far tumeachieve ni kidogo. Kitu ningetaka kuambia kila mtu mobilize, hata penye huko wapi juu huyu mtu penye anaongea kote bado anasikiza. Sijui hao wanamsikiza ni nini. Sijui kama hizi vitu zote anaongea bado anaenda akisikizwa. Sasa penye huko, hata penye watu wakinini, wewe enda educate watu penye unapata chance. Unawaambia umuhimu wa hii kitu. Wasione kama watu hawana meaning ya kufanya hii mobilization ya watu ama hii revolution. Hiyo tu ndio ningetaka kuambia. Thank you.
Asante sana. That was very brief. May we raise our hands, and I would also emphasize on the speakers. Put your points in order so that you do not fumble around your points. We need very clear and straight points. Let's have Sigrid. Go ahead, Sigrid.
Thank you so much, Esther. Hi, everyone. I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to ask the people who are here, the lawyers who are maybe here, or those who are in the legal front for this movement, can't we have people who can go to court to have like a restrictive orders that are put against these people who are abducting us and killing protesters? Why am I saying this? Because we've tested these people and we know that on our Independence Day, I'm talking about Nane Nane, they are going to employ the same the same things. They are going to abduct us, they are going to kill us, they are going to come wrapped up in like militia goons, So can't we run faster than them and go to the courts and let the courts judge that on that specific day there should be, for example, no police officer coming without uniform or with with their heads wrapped up on some militia kind of stuff. So can we be ahead of them and just first of all expose them? Because when we do this, we will let them know that okay, we already know what you're gonna do, and we are ahead of the time, and we are putting you on the spotlight. That was my first question. That is on the preparation of our Nane Nane. Secondly, I wanted to put a suggestion on how to increase our fund mobilization for this day. You see, like when people normally when we do the changas on our social media groups, for it is good for people to see that actually people are doing this. So can we have like people saying like, okay, trends of M-Pesa trends, like this has sent money, this has sent this amount of money. Of course, not you exposing your names, because we know that one will be like we are feeding those people with information about us. But we can like have trends of people of sealed names just saying, okay, I've already sent my money towards the Nane Nane. I've already sent. but like we need people to see that this is actually an action that is going, that is people are taking seriously. And when we have that kind of trend, then we'll have more people getting motivated, and also people taking ownership of that. Finally, I want to speak to the women. We were very, very vibrant on the first demonstration, but I think because of the deaths and abductions, somehow we relented and we stepped back. You know, this movement is going to take like a very, it's going to have a very twisted information. Like if we take the forefront and we become radical enough, and we don't allow like our men only to take the lead. So I'm just appealing to all the women, please be as radical as never before, and just take the mantle and change the narrative, so that it is not like just about the men. We need to hear more of women voices, and
0 seconds.
them taking the lead. Thank you, Essie. Thank you, Esther, for the platform. Thank you.
Asante sana, Sigrid. Let me just read something on Mchanga for those who are ready to contribute. My contribution is on the way. Maybe on Wednesday, mine will be there. Let me just read. Mchanga link for Nane Nane is on the Jubotron, and I am sure KOT has posted many times. So those who need to contribute, we have Mchanga, which is very secure, and you can know the details on the money being sent and also being withdrawn. So there's safety on that, on your money that you are ready to commit. All right, let's have the next speaker, who is
Just a minute,
yes.
let me clarify something here first. So, guys, on the matter of the Mchanga account, yeah. So there are some documents that I'm submitting now, so that we have funds coming from abroad, of course. People from diaspora have contributed $10, $5, and so your funds are not being displayed there because there are some procedures which I'm trying to follow. We created this Mchanga link over the weekend, and so the Mchanga office is currently opened and those documents are ready to be submitted. What is being displayed there is the funds that we have collected from you guys who are within the boundaries within Kenya. So hizo za M-Pesa ndio ziko hapo, and so in a few hours all the funds plus zile zenye zimetumwa probably na our friends from diaspora zitakuwa displayed there. And so for the shout outs, immediately you send to Mchanga, utapata email. And of course pia, when you click that link and open, ukae hapo for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you'll see the nini, it will display jina yenye ulitumia. For example, if not necessarily jina ya M-Pesa ama ya nini, tuseme kama mimi KOT nimefanya contribution na I wanted my name to be displayed as KOT, itaonyesha hapo. So just go through it, then utajua.
Asante sana KOT. Let's have Mother, and then we may raise our hands so that I know we are present, and you will be the next speaker. Mother, go ahead.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Esther, and good morning, fellow Kenyans. Thank you also, Wayne, for this space, and Cyprian, and each and every one of you here listening. Manze, also thank you so much, KOT, for the good work you're doing. Keep it up. So mine will just be like a suggestion, which I believe most of us may overlook. When you look at the president right now, that is, I don't think nafaa kumuita president, but that man, William Ruto, sai akienda hizo kwa public sai, he goes ahead to address the public in Swahili, right? The basic Swahili he can come up with, hiyo ndo anatumia to like pull the masses to try and talk to people in Swahili. So, for example, this space is recorded, I believe. What if we go ahead and try from like going forward, we will be trying to speak as much Swahili as we can. Yani ndo hata in case hii space ikuwe shared like a podcast to some other places there in the countryside, huko hivyo ushago, even the most lamest person of all, najua ana understand Kiswahili, however much broken it is, ata understand. So yes, it's okay, we have good points, we have everything to clarify, to share out concerning everything with the government and all that, but I think it will be like, itakuwa tu for a certain community. I don't know if I'm making sense. Itakuwa tu for certain people that understand English more. Let's just, okay, tukue pia able kuongea Swahili more. That way, if we are advocating for civic education, tukue tumesil loopholes zote. Because right now, even the president, mi sijasikia any public gathering yenye ameenda, so far so good, since maandamano yenye ametry kuongezo vizungu zake mingi. The narrative has changed. He's trying to get back into the people's head, na haezi tumia kizungu. So guys, if we are recording this space, I'd like to share it some more with my villagers, but pia hawezi sikia kizungu, not all of them. So kindly, to try as much, we also raise our points in Swahili, alafu itakuwa poa. Thank you so much, and yeah, you guys have a good one.
Malizia na kizungu. Anyway, oh Lord, may we raise our hands so that I know who is present. Jace, go ahead.
Hello, mnanisikia? Hello, mnanisikia?
Endelea, Jace.
Okay, so pia mi niko poa. I hope you people are doing good. First of all, I would like to kuulizia historia ya mchanga. Not everybody is anajua way forward ya kutuma pesa through ya mchanga. So mchanue wase pia kuhusu hiyo story ya mchanga. Alafu on 8/8 this time round wase tokeze in large numbers. Tumekuwa tukifanya mobilization online, ikifika ground watu hawatokei, unapata wasee ni wachache, wanakuwa frustrated. So tukicome out in large numbers, tukiwa wengi, it's easy. Numbers ndo kila kitu. Tukiwa na numbers, hao wazee hakuna venye wanaweza tusumbua. Hata wakati tukiwa in peaceful protest, let's try to print hata matisho nini, vitu kaa hizo, maplacards nini, tukue na in large numbers, kila mtu akuja na flag, tukue na a lot of banners, ndo hii kitu ionekane it's serious, na wase tunafika hadi mlango ya State House, na tuna make sure hakuna ku retreat, tunakuja watu wakiwa other side of the country, let's travel to CBD Nairobi, mambo yote itakuwa shwari. We are fighting for our tomorrow. Thanks guys.
Asante sana, Jace. Maybe to add something, I'm sure some of us might be waiting until the funding of the vehicles to pick us to maybe CBD to be channeled. But if you have friends who are in CBD or who are in Nairobi, that's what I'm talking about, may you start traveling early if you have transport and if you can manage to be hosted. Because this is not something we are saying it's going to be guaranteed that you will reach. You never know what might happen. So can we also travel early? That will also help maybe some challenges. Yeah, so that is something I've just had a thought on the same. Ise, is it Ise?
Ise Monto. Mnanipata?
Vizuri.
Nashukuru sana. Nafurahia vile vijana tunaenda. Naona tuko sawa. Hatutashindwa. Tunapeleka au mzee anaona anaenda down. Anashikilia chochote. Angalia hata vitu ana promise watu, sio kitu hata iko possible. Ni ile ameona anaenda na maji na anashikilia chochote chenye inakuja kwa mkono, tunashinda. We are the wave. Kitu nilikuwa na suggest pia, wazee tuongeze nguvu, kila mtu ako hapa atoe pesa. Saa hii ni must, sio kupembeleza. Hii ni maisha yetu. Usingoje mtu akupembeleze ukitoa pesa, lazima utoe pesa pana. Hata kama una kopa, pea wazee pesa wakuje Nairobi, tufanikishe hii kitu. Alafu hii kitu iko serious pana, tuifanye kama campaign ile serious. Wacha tuprint t-shirt zetu Kenya mzima za agency, siko na color poa, ina attract vijana ambao hata wenye matoka shuleni, sifikie kila watoto mpaka huko ushago, ndio wataanza kujiuliza hii agency ni nini, hii kitu iwaingie. Tuwapee chupa siko branded agency, umbrellas. Hata hawa mama mboga tunaweza washika, hawa wenye wanachukuliwa na Ruto, tuwawekea hizo umbrellas za mama mboga, hizo siko branded kwa majina yetu ya agency ya hii mambo yetu. Na hii revolution, hii kitu lazima tuisukume ifike kila mahali. Ndio maana lazima tutoe hii pesa, sababu huyu mzee hatuwezi ngoja afike 2027, na hata kama akifika 2027 hawezi topoa. Wacha tuanze kujipanga kutoka saa hii. Alafu wazee wengine ni wazee wa kanisa, tafadhali. Sijui watu mambo ya kanisa wanakuanga very emotional, lakini lazima tuambiane ukweli. Kanisa haikuja kwa uzuri, mababu zetu walikataa. Kanisa imechangia umaskini 80%, not only Kenya, in Africa. Ndio kitu tunataka kuona vile tamasha. Mungu hawezi acha mtu hapa nje ambaye anatenda mambo mazuri ya kuchukua mbinguni juu ulikuwa unaenda kanisani. Watu waanze kufikiria njia tofauti. Kuna utuma wa kiakili, hakukuwa na utuma wa kimwili pekee. Kulikuwa na utuma wa kiuchumi, utuma wa kiakili na utuma wa kiroho. Mababu zetu walipigania utuma wa kimwili. Kazi ya utuma wa kiroho, kiakili na kiuchumi ni sisi tunapigania, na ndio hii shida tuko nayo. Tunapigania saa hii, hawakuogopa na sisi hatuwezi ogopa. Tujitume mase. Haya, asante.
Asante sana Ise, that was brilliant. Let's have Simon and then Chris.
Okay guys, good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. Mi niko na mambo like 3 ya kusema. One, ni hawa watu wa bodaboda. Hawa watu wa bodaboda I think ndio wamekuwa like shida hii Kenya kwanza. Like I'm from Nakuru and na follow vitu zina happen sana Nakuru County. Kuna huyu Kuria Kimani. Hawa watu the same people walienda wakachoma nyumba yake. Ni the same people juzi like wamemshangilia ati kuna grand homecoming. Like tuko grand na nini sahi? Like mtu ana after the bill ameleta yenye inanyanyasa watu wanyonge, anabebwa na bodaboda. Mnaona mtu anatoka kwa V8 anabebwa na bodaboda, mnapiga makofi. At the end of the day anaenda anaingia kwa V8 yake, anaingia kwa mansion. I'm not sure like is the same people walichoma hii nyumba yake, but I think pia yeye kuna kadi anacheza. We know sympathy venye zinakujanga. Sasa kila mtu anasema vitu zake zimeharibiwa, vitu zake zimefanywa. Hawa watu wa bodaboda kwanza tujue if they are on our side ama pia wao wanakaa tu politician na polisi. I think wanafaa kuwa classified into one thing. Juu at the end of the day wanaenda to the highest bidder. So like pia sisi ni kama wanataka tuwanunue. And hakuna venye tutafanya nini, tunataka kusaidia mtu because hao ndio wase wengi maskini hii Kenya. Wengi bodaboda si zao. Mtu anakuwa anapeana 300 jioni, anaweka mafuta sijui kitambo I used to have a bodaboda. So nilikuwa naweka mafuta ya 300 naenda mbali sana. Nilikuwa na work na agriculture company. So like ulikuwa unaweka mafuta ya 300 unaenda mbali. Sasa ukiweka the same mafuta hakuna mahali unaenda na hakuna pesa like at the end of the day unapata uko na 200, mwenye motorbike akako na nini na 300 yake, like mafuta imekula 500. So hao watu watumia akili
na hivyo wanajipanga hizo group zao, ati wanakuja hapa wanalipwa, ati Ruto anaendelea na nini? Like anaendelea na nini? Then kuna hizi kazi za abroad tunashindaga hapa tukiambiwa, si mimi like na feel tu vibaya nikisikia ati mtu anaambiwa atalipiwa ya ticket. Kwani like sisi ni wajinga aje? In this Kenya, like we have a lot of big companies, they are not run by Kenyans.
0 seconds.
Thank you. Zinaraniwa na watu wa majuu, but like we have qualified people huku Kenya wanaweza run hizi vitu. We have elections in US. Huyu msee aende asimame huko tu for once, aende tu kwa asimame, like aondoke hapa. Huyu msee aache ujinga. Na kama hautatokea date 8, kama utatokea August 8, like damu ya watu wenye wote wamekufa iko on your hands. Thank you.
Asante sana Simon. Let's have Chris and then G-Des.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity, Esther. I think you gave me mic na ika drop. Sijui shida ni gani na hizi spaces of late. But if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. I know. So for me, this is what I'll say. Everyone anajua mbona anaenda protest. Kuna watu wanafanya kazi, we work, but things are not working out. Ikifika end month unapewa payslip, unaanza kujililia wewe mwenyewe. So we go to the streets because we believe kuna mahali tumefinywa. I tell people, and it's a fact, whether you want to hear it or you don't want to hear it. In any revolution, hatuwezi survive wote. This is a struggle to remove somebody from power. He has the machineries of power. Atazitumia kutu-intimidate na kutuua. That one, be prepared. If you go to the street, just pray, urudi nyumbani. Usiporudi, we will carry you, we will drape you we will drape you with the flag and pray for your family, tukuchangie, tufanye everything. Hii ni kujitolea moyo wako wewe mwenyewe kwamba I'm doing the best for my country. Don't fear. They are trying to sell fear. And mimi, I don't want to blame anyone. I didn't vote for Ruto, but I oversaw this coming. Kwa sababu, this guy has been in politics from 1992. Akikuwa 20s. All he wanted was planning to be a president because alijua with becoming a president kuna wizi na kuna loophole hapo zenye alikuwa anaona Moi akifanya, akaona Kibaki akifanya, akaona Uhuru akifanya, so yeye alitaka kuwa the center of it. If we don't win this war, I'm sure hii Kenya itakuwa looted dry. Ukitaka kujua huyu mjamaa ako mad, ask yourself. Ameenda Mombasa jana, anaambia watu ile story ya Dani na JKIA ni propaganda. How stupid is William Ruto? How stupid is Baba Shalin? Kwa sababu kama Onyonka aliandikia JKIA, ali request wakampatia details zinaonyesha kweli hiyo kitu inaenda kuuzwa. Kamala Harris amepost, Obama amepost, Biden amepost, ama Michelle Obama. Mimi hu reply kwa message hapo, na one thing I always tell them, you either stop Ruto ama pia sisi tumie watu wetu wa IT kuwafinya mambo yenyu ya hiyo election, because tunajua loophole zenye mko nazo.
0 seconds.
So to me, I'll tell people, show up on 8-8, fight for this country is the only chance we have got. If we don't, we are doomed. Fight for your next generation. Thank you.
Asante sana Chris. Let's have G-Des and then Ja.
Thank you, Wanyama and Esther and everyone on board. Perhaps before my clock starts, before it starts, I would ask, how much comfortable are we with the government clones in our space? There's this person from UDA. Would you want to continue with them here, or what is the way forward?
I will answer you.
Yes.
This is Wanyama. It
Yes.
is. We are beyond the time of giving them. Hata unaona vile umewa mention tu hivi sahi, unawapatia time yenye itakani uko umemention. Their time is done. Sawa. Whatever they represent. Wachana nao, wewe songa mbele, you know what you are here for. So usiwape hiyo attention. Even in the spaces, stop mentioning them. Wakitaka kuattend, wacha attend. Wakitaka kufanya hizo vitu zenye wanataka kufanya, let them do it. Focus. We've elevated ourselves to know these are distraction tactic. Wakiingia spaces, wanachukiwa nini. So whenever you spend those few minutes speaking about them, you're still giving them attention. So akikuja kusikiza to the spaces, let them hear the gospel.
Thank you.
Tunasonga tu mbele.
Thank you, Wanyama.
Usiwape attention.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. To begin with, I want to say this, that I've been taken aback by a couple of things that have happened the last couple of weeks. I've spent my time listening more, and of course, I feel it's also necessary that we continue with this discussion as we figure out what the way forward is. I said I was taken aback by the move that Mr. William Ruto has taken in terms of trying to legitimize his stay. We understand that, Kenya Kwanza is a government that was elected democratically. Unfortunately, we are aware of democracies that turn autocracy and, exercising absolutism and all manner of cruelty. And this is what they are doing. And therefore, that's why we are calling them out and saying their time is over, they are overstayed, and we cannot be able to wait until 2027. That being the case, I think we really need to figure out how we move forward. And the first thing is, we know this is an initiative that was started by the Gen Z, but it cannot hold if it remains a Gen Z movement. We need to embrace all the generation because all Kenyans are pained by one William Ruto, and everyone wants to have William Ruto go. As we go forward, we also need to think about, the principle of lesser of a lesser of two evil principle. And that's why I'm saying this, because we need strategies. We need to be guided by people who are highly experienced in politics. We need to think of divide and rule as a tactic that has been used successfully in politics. We need to identify politicians, people who have been in this game for long, and we believe are people who, have best interest for this nation, and we figure out how we can work with them. Look at what Mr. William Ruto has done. Mr. William Ruto has reached out to Raila Odinga, and by extension is trying to broaden his legitimacy to try to overstay his time in the office. So if we think of... Sorry?
May you wind up.
So what I'm saying is we really need to be tactical. We need to identify people we can work with, people who can finance this movement. Then as far as Nane Nane is concerned, let's try to think deep about the logistics, how we move. You mentioned it will not be certainty that people will be able to reach Nairobi on that day. Clearly, roads will be blocked even the day before. So let's think broadly of how people will arrive in advance, how people will be accommodated, and how the exercise will be carried out. Thank you very much.
Asante sana G. I would call Ja to go ahead.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you. So niko na around 3 points. My first point ni about history yote ya radicalize. I want sisi wote kama vijana tuko na uwezo ya kuradicalize. Hata usio ukizunguka mtaani ni rahisi sana wakikuona wanasema Gen Z umeleta change. So like mimi personally am a teacher, na mimi I radicalize my students. Nikiwa darasa najaribu kwa feed kabisa, naambia our government imefanya hii shida yote. Ukiona tu anything una blame. Asubuhi wakiamka preps wanalalamika, nasikia nimechoka asubuhi. Ambia ni Ruto ndo amefanya uamke preps. Saa 7 wakikula lunch unasikia wajashiba wanasema nasikia nje, unaambia Ruto hajatoa pesa. Pesa ingetolewa mngekula vizuri. Jaribu any bad thing yenye unaona una blame it on Ruto. Juu ndio imebaki sasa ni propaganda itabidi tumetumia, na si propaganda hata kwa sababu pia inaonekana all these things zenye zinafanyika ni Ruto anakosa. So kama uko in place, kama ni daktari, ukitibu mgonjwa ambia mgonjwa madawa zimeisha bana, hii serikali yetu imetesa na bado tukichagua hii serikali itatuumiza hii. Kama wewe ni anything tu, hata sasa mimi nikienda sasa center nikikutana na mama kama wanauza mahindi na nunua mahindi ya 10 bob na nalalamika, naambia bana, sasa hii nchi tutaishi aje? Itaguza mtu mmoja mwingine, tutapata hizo kura. Alafu unajua sisi we have numbers ya our parents. Point ya pili ni Kenya itakuja kufanyika tarehe 8. Mimi niko na kama itatupata Kenya iliwapata wao, mnadhani sasa sisi tutaweza kupata independence kama vitu yenye kina Dedan Kimathi walipitia sisi hata kupitia? Kwa sababu kina Dedan Kimathi walipitia shida, walifukuzwa kwa forest wakaishi kwa baridi, walifungwa jela na wakauliwa. So kama tunajua tunapigania hiyo independence, lazima hizo vitu zitakuja. Kwa bora nikikufa inchi ipone. So vijana tusiogope kifo Kenya itakuja, bora tunapigania haki yetu. Hata kwa Qur'an nasema atakaye kufa akipigania heshima yake atakufa shahid. Yani atakufa true, yani believer. So sisi tunapigania haki yetu. Usiogope kifo, ogopa Kenya itakuja baada ya kifo yako. Kwa sababu hii kifo yenye tunaogopa, sawa. Kwa sababu hii kifo yenye tunaogopa, Mzee Moi alikuwa aliua watu, ako wapi? Biwota aliua watu, wako wapi? Kina JM aliuliwa, wenye walioua wako wapi? Ya mwisho nasema these guys are few. Cut their supply of venye wanaenda kufanya siasa, sumbua, ingia kanisa, fanya nini, mwisho tutashinda. Thank you.
Asante sana Ja, that was very powerful, and especially for what you're doing in the schools. I mean, that's the truth. And if doctors would pick the same, or any other department would pick the same, then I am sure, as ambassadors of Nane Nane, as ambassadors of Ruto must go, then I am sure we are going to make an impactful movement. Ongaki and the jury.
Hello, first I thank you for this opportunity. I greet everybody in the house. I'm so happy and I'm so pleased with everything, the way it's running. For me, I have only two things to put across, at most three. First, kuna hiki tunasikia Ruto akisema ati we have one country and we need peace in our country. I can't understand who is fighting who. Or maybe
Wait a minute,
there's a war somewhere
hold on. I'm sure you're ready to put your points across. This background. Maybe you want to speak for our nation. I don't know whether you can get maybe a better background. Let's have the jury, because we have a lot of people who have requested. Go ahead with the jury. Okay, the jury, you're not speaking. Let's have Valentine.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go
Can you hear
ahead.
me? forward for that August 88. Acha niongee kwa Kiswahili ndio pia Wakenya wengi waweze kusikia. Kulikuwa na hii point yenye watu wengi walikuwa na make ya kukaa is coming to maybe to disturb our protest. After that, sasa tutaenda nyumbani, then we call it a day, then we organize another day to be tusumbwane nao atia gas siku moja mbili tatu warudi nyumbani, then wanakaa nikawa wanatusoma. We are very predictable on what's going to happen, unlike the first protest hatukuwa tunajulikana what's going to happen next, but I kind of feel like now we are being predictable. Another point ni CBD, so you have to find a way, kwa sababu niko sure as always roadblocks zitawekwa hapo GSU. If you are coming from Thika Road, hapo also tunajua kutakuwa na roadblocks which we are used to them, maybe Mdaiga or somewhere, but I am sure that hiyo time watu kuja maandamano CBD, unless people are going to walk, most of them, unless the transport is for people coming to Nairobi, but from other counties, but kufika CBD I'm sure kutakuwa na roadblocks. Hiyo ni kitu tunafaa tukuwe tushajua by now. Another thing ni bloggers wa watu wa Ruto, kwa sababu I'm sure on 7th or 6th wataanza kuweka propaganda online, sijui amelipwa, Boniface Mwangi, Anifa, sijui nani, Gaitho sijui anasponsiwa na Jimmy Wanjigi. I know those people are coming to sijui LGBTQ, they are coming up with those strategies, and the plan is to kuweka blame kwa each other, kuweka tu movement ni kama yenye watu specific wanaenda kugain, and at the end of the day tunajua ni Kenyans waenda ku benefit, but we know the plan and we know the game wenye wanazoenga kucheza na sisi. So hiyo pia another reason why I'm worried about them kidogo tu. Inakuja na point ya how are we going to convince those people that haven't yet believed on the movement of the Gen Z that we want a good governance, and that we are not planning any coup or anything. We're just fighting for good governance and accountability. We need also, kwa hizo posts za Ruto must go, as much as we are posting them, we need to clarify there why Ruto should go exactly for this and this, ndio wapate kuelewa, kwa sababu wengine anauliza ati alafu akienda alafu what next. We need to have strategies, and we need to have plan of showing them what next about that. I don't know if there's anyone who can answer those questions.
Asante sana. Valentine, are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. May we raise our hands so that okay. Steve, go ahead.
Hello guys, thanks for this opportunity. Nitajaribu kuwa as brief as possible, and I want to start by saying that tumedanganywa kuhusu kila kitu, and what I'm about to say it agitate a lot of people, but please hear me out. Nataka kusema before you declare a war on an enemy, lazima you understand the nature of this enemy. Tumekuja tuka-identify that we have a police issue. The police have gone low. So watu wakasuggest, we need to reform the police. Tukakuja tukaona members of parliament are corrupt. Now you are suggesting we should recall these members of parliament. Also we have come up with the president is incompetent. So he needs to be impeached. Tena tukakuja with the suggestion that EACC should be given more powers to prosecute people. Lakini tukitaka kama hii for example issue ya EACC is a branch of the government, so hakuna vile tunaweza kuwa fair tukisema EACC can investigate the government, an institution funded by the government itself. So lazima tukuje to identify that this is a mind control tactic. So who is the enemy? In short, the enemy has several heads. One of the heads of the enemy is the whole institution yenye inajiita government, another one ni the media, another one ni religions, another one ni institutions are military, another one ni the banking institutions, another one ni education institution. Juu kuna mtu atasema akuja agi waseme all we need to do is change the education system, lakini utachange the education system, lakini the banks will not lend us the land use. Utakuja na all these land use na the banks will not let them the money to start to start up these companies. The banks will only lend to low risk people, and the only low risk people is the government itself. So you'll be doing zero work. So in short, for us to be free because we are still slaves, lazima institutions zote ziende. And we must ask ourselves, because these institutions zimekuweko for a very long time, hata sisi tulizipata hapa, what are the tools they are using to mind control us? And one of their tools they are using ni money. You take for example pesa, a military ama a policeman anaweza pewa do ama an instruction aende akaue mtu na anaambiwa don't ask any question, just do as you are told. So this is a satanic institution that is in place. Another tool they are using to control us is you create a problem, you wait for a reaction, then you come up with a solution. A perfect example of this for those who are familiar with the 9/11 attack. Once you
0
investigate
seconds.
this, yes, once using it to compartmentalize all these institutions, and we find that more task, and you find those people who individually are dealing with this task, I understand what is really behind this. So unapata mtu anaweza kuwa involved in something that is hurting or harming another person and is not aware of it. Another tool they are using the hierarchy. The hierarchy this institution unapata, this person is above this is above this, unapata unaweza jiuliza, is your member of parliament in control? No, he's not in control. Tumeona ama jamaa wameshikwa makende juu they have been captured by the presidency. Now ujiulize tena, is the president really in control? No, he's not in control. Even him is under duress and he's being pressured by institutions who are above him, at the IMF and all these institutions. So another tool they are using to control us ni divide and conquer tactic. Na nitakuja after it later to continue. So what I'm suggesting ni lazima we start you institution yenye, of course same ati tunafaa tu tuamke siku moja tuseme government must go na iamke iende. We should start taking small incremental steps. Tuanze na institution ndio inatupa provide our electricity, ndio institution bado ndio inatupea our food supply. Institution even these fundamental things. You cannot fight fire with fire, because these motherfuckers are experts at their own game. It doesn't matter if you if tushikane tuseme we propose somebody to elect. These motherfuckers can create as much money as they want. We cannot say, hatuwezi sema ati tuende kwa the Somali way tuanze kupigana na guns, because these motherfuckers possess technologies and weapons that you cannot even compare or even comprehend. So we must go back to morality. And I don't know if the speaker can allow me some more time, because I have a lot to say and to touch on. The host.
Maybe some other time.
But we give people at least 5 minutes maximum, because we have so many ideas here, and maybe 3 minutes will be that limited. So let us give them at least 5 minutes maximum, but look at exceed 5 minutes.
Asante sana KOT. Steve, do you feel you can proceed? Steve?
Yeah. Let me continue on this part of it. What am I saying? We must ask ourselves, how did people live huko kitambo? Huko kitambo watu hawakuwa na hii system ati a central position yenye walikuwa naita government. This system started slowly na ikaji-implement itself. So watu walikuwa naishi aje huko kitambo? People lived on morals. They lived on natural laws. And not at the don't know what is right, because tumeambiwa kwa shule a right can be all these different things. You have a right to food, you have a right to shelter, you have a right to all these things. So you ask yourself, opposite of a right is a wrong. So what is a wrong? A wrong is any behavior or action that will lead to harming another person. So in short, ili makosa itokee, lazima kuwe na victim. So wakati wewe umekuja ukaniambia, let me give a quick example. Unaweza kuja uniambie nauza bangi. Yes, nauza bangi. But ukiangalia that transaction, utaona it is a willing buyer and a willing seller transaction. So there's no victim in the process. Juu sijavuta bangi nikaenda nikaumiza mtu, then ukuje uniambie umevuta bangi ukaenda ukaibia mtu ama ukaharibu biashara ya mtu. It is your right to kuvuta bangi ukitaka. Another example, another quick example. This issue of licenses. Mtu anakuja na kuambia you have no license, so nitakuja nifunge hivi. Nitakuja nifunge hii biashara yako. Lakini ukinipea pesa fulani, I will allow you to proceed with your business. So hakuna difference between a government and a cartel. And hii mambo ya taxes utakuja find out that in their divide and conquer tactic, they will not come and post a 20% VAT tax immediately. They will start slowly. Wataanza na 1%. Then 1 or 2% the next year. The next year 5, 10, and before you know it, their goal was already to reach at 20%. But before you know it, already washafika 20% without your knowledge. And then ujiulize kama mtu hii taxes unasema ati they need these taxes now because they need to build us with roads, they need to build these hospitals. Lazima ujiulize, if you are going to allow this institution in a government to create this money from thin air by just printing numbers in a computer, why then can they provide these services zenye wanasema wana provide hospitals, roads for free? So hapa hivi kuna mind games zenye tunachezewa, and we need to wake up. So lazima tujiulize the purpose of this enemy. One of the agendas, this is a worldwide thing. One of the agendas of these motherfuckers, what they come out and say is that they need to depopulate the world. Another one is that they need a one world government. Another one is that they need a one world currency. So lazima tujiulize, when these motherfuckers come and push us to the edge, do they want us to revolt? Wakuja na excuse kwa mlango ya nyuma watupe a one world government. Let's take for example what is happening hata in tuseme hata ni what is happening hata in Israel. Our watu wali allow an attack on their own citizens. They knew it was coming. Wanaitanga sijui Hamas. They allowed the repeat attack on their own citizens so that they can use that to attack another nation. Na nakwambia saa hii Gaza is just like sijui hata niseme nini, because all buildings we push back and ask ourselves, what are we dealing with? And as well. Tukikuja tuseme it is not even a match. Tukisema ati tunaweza enda the military way, tuseme we can now look for weapons and tuingie kwa battlefield. Tumeona these majamas, they have natural laws. And natural laws is what I touched on, and I say that it's knowing what is morally right versus what is morally wrong. Now, once we take these motherfuckers from this system that they have created that is protecting them, and you take them to a completely different battlefield. Ni kama utoe Muhammad Ali from boxing umpeleke to football, now he'll be powerless. Na lazima to defeat this is the only way to defeat them, and we can only defeat them by first changing our mindset, which is the principle number one of natural laws, is stating that the whole is mind. We must first start by changing our mindset, because everything that is in front of you originated from a mind. Think about it. What right now is in front of you that did not what are natural laws? Lazima tuanze kuambiana ukweli that we have been lied to. Now the truth is, religion has brainwashed us. The government is a cartel, and that is why you find that any person who is suggesting anything concerning the government and suggest, oh, look at that leader, ule ni mbaya, anafanyia hivi na hivi na hivi, anaiba pesa hivi na hivi. Now elect me in that position to replace him. This is a cartel leader asking you, that telling you, this is a person telling you that cartel leader is a bad person. Now elect me as the cartel leader to lead you, and this should never be the case. So we must learn the truth. I also don't need you to follow me, but take should remain. No, what I'm saying is, if Ruto, this government is killing 200 agencies in a month, I'm telling you that these motherfuckers that want to take over, they will be killing us in hundreds of thousands, if not thousands, in a month. So if we like it or not, we are in a war zone. Na lazima we learn the truth. Lazima we start spreading the truth. Lack of a government. So mtu atakuja aseme nini? Because he understand the fundamental thing, this hakuna government. Nitakuja sasa ni create youths, ni wape buduki wakuja uwe watu, then watu wa revolt waseme yani I created this problem, I waited for your reaction, then I'm coming to you with a solution. So please guys, let us learn the truth. Acha tu tuambiane ukweli that you have been lied to about everything. Hata even those who believe is doing.
Asante sana Steve. Mute. Okay. Yeah, asante sana Steve. Tuko na Big na tuko na Kenya. Go ahead Big.
Yeah, thank you, Esther. It's Big Kahuna. Thank you, sir. Asante sana for this chance. Nane Ruto must go. We need to know where tunaendelea aje, tunatuma pesa wapi, tunafanya nini. We need to act now. You've seen what Ruto is doing. Ruto is using this chance. Every chance we waste, anatumia counter attack. Anaenda
And one of them, let's avoid those things like watu wa huku ni wajinga. That's what tribalism actually engulfs us in. So watu wa wapi sijui ni nini. There is even evidence of paid goons and etc. And
unaona unorganized crime unit kumaanisha wache to give fire for fire. I know transport tutazimwa, pengine tutafungiwa mahali kwa barabara, whatever. So let's bring our minds pamoja, watu wa Nakuru, watu wa Nairobi, hivyo we know we can tuanze kusabotage Kenya wanafanya. Kama ni hizo churches, tunaanza kusabotage Kenya wanafanya. Kama anakujanga hapa anadanganya na anatoa pesa, tunaanza kusabotage at those levels, because we cannot, hatuwezi ka win hii war kama tumetawanyika. Na hiyo ndio, that's the plan of the government, to make sure we are divided and to spread propaganda at its people call themselves anonymous. They do things because they have, that's what they have. Even if the government have the instruments of power, them they have the brain, they have ITs, they have experts, everybody, even doctors, even teachers. The same guy as the previously a previous guy said, mtu mbele yangu amesema, let's radicalize at the lowest level. Tuanze na watoto wa nursery. Let's radicalize people to know these people are the enemy, the biggest enemy of progress. Yeah, because we can't go and lie to people about the Andani group, and we know I went and read the Andani files. Everywhere they go, they pick them up. These PCSs, they control the biggest goons in their areas, so that they can calm down they can slow down the movement. We have the power. We just need to know how to attack, how to go about it. Let's sabotage people supporting this government. Let's sabotage even our parents. Let's sabotage everybody. Hakuna tujipange. We know we can do this in so many nyumba tunachoma tena, kwani iko nini? Like let's tuizime from the juu. Say hatuwezi kawafikia. That's the point. Hiyo ndio kitu tunafaa tujue. If Ruto can go somewhere and stand on a car, na watu kila mtu atamsikiza na kila mtu ataogopa kusema ati wewe wacha uongo. Tuanze kuna maduka zile ziko na picha yake. Mwambie kama atoe picha yake hapo, ama we won't buy from you. Hiyo bodaboda wanamsupport, atubani hiyo bodaboda, na mkicheza tunawazima. Unaona, like we need to sell fear for fear too. We need to attack fire for fire too. We need to bring down that church that is supporting him all the time. They are the ones who are out ndio wanatembelea mili za watu wenye all rogue and are killing us. We need to attack their families. If you are like that, of course hata watu wenye wako hivyo juu si wanaona kile unafanya. Rachel sees what Ruto does. You think she cares? She'll just come here on X and put a quote of the Bible, and life will continue for us normal. So tell me if she's not like her husband. Unajua, like to attack hao watu venye wanatu attack. Hizo church, huyo priest amechukua pesa, hata familia yake ndio waje continue doing things as usual, and they are doing against this. But for me, that's where I stand. Let's mobilize. We have tutoe vile pesa tuweza katoa, hata sisi tukua na units zetu, hata tunajua tuwezi kashinda pesa yao, but we can use what we have to disassemble them, kukata miguu zao, kukata movement zao, make them not come and talk lies in front of people. Tunaenda tunachukua ile sewage saka, mnaenda mnamoga nini mafi kwa hiyo mali anakuja kunini, mnaenda mnamoga mafi kwa parliament, mnaenda mnamoga mafi kwa church. These things have happened. You saw in France. That's what the farmers did. Yeah, we can use our money to do that. We can use what we can use to play rough. Eh, tunaweza kaanza kukata miguu ya polisi. Tunaweza like we can play rough. We know these things. It's like it's just that most of us we have fear. And fear, at the end of the day, fear. If you lose your fear, let's do this. Let's wacha to aim nguvu zetu in organized crime. Kweni na tujipange na hiyo. Kweni hizo kwa organized crime ziwakaje? Even the government is an organized crime. It's a cartel, like my previous speaker said. That's organized crime. Watu wanaenda mahali wanaleta polisi, wana rogue police. Do we even know if these people are police? Wao tunaonanga na mask wa town huko wakituua. Maybe most of them even are not police. Maybe most of them wametoka countries zingine. Maybe all this I'm hearing is kuna watu Boni Forest wanapiga nini huko operations huko za kuja kutuzima. Hata sisi tukue hivyo sasa. Tujue watu wao ni akina nani. Twende kwa kina Ukururia tujue watu wao ni akina nani. Twende kwa kina them. But I'm good in other things. And I know we'll win this war if we start aiming our hizi ndani groups tujue wakwaje Kenya, wanaishi wapi. Kama ni kwenda kwa US nini HID, the US embassy here, let's go ifungwe, like tuanze vita in this tujue tusafishe ground, tusafishe ground. Hata sisi we have the numbers, we have the intellect, we have radicalization. Let's radicalize everybody. Ambia boda my friend, kama hivyo ndio mnafanya, tutapambana na nyinyi. Hamtaendelea kufanya hivyo na tunaangalia sisi. We are trying to change the country for everybody. Not mtu anapewa 500 na mtu akona ameiba billions. How we cannot hatuwezi kaendelea hivi. Yeah, let's use our money to kata miguu zao. Kama kuna mtu amsupport, yes, but hakikishe mambo yenye anafanya hatafanya kwa in peace. Let's kill. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for this chance, and tuendelee kusukuma. We are doing it. Tuendelee kusukuma, tuendelee kuradicalize shindwa. Let's rattle this snake. Let's now begin by which the snake is rattled. Let's begin biting. Let's begin biting in that way. Yeah, tuanze kuuma sasa. Sasa tuanze kuuma and tukue na hasira na tumesoma. Hata PhD anasema alikuwa na PhD sijui alipata fucking biggest lie I've ever seen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you Esther, thank you Anyama, thank you Cyprian. Thank you Kioti. Asanteni sana, siku njema.
Nawe pia asante sana Big. We have Kenyan. Kenyan, are you in?
Ground na tupigwe huko online, and we have to call everyone to accountability. Hii accountability yenye tunauliza I think Kenyan opinion or something. You can correct me on that, on the tags as well. So before tuendelee, tafadhali put those two tags. Nane match na Ruto must go. Those are the two tags that need to go. I don't know why March is for month. Let me change that. Nane March. Nane March. Noting them down. I can read them to you. I've even written an article just a few minutes ago about those things that were. You can check it out on my profile. Just click on my profile and read that article about civic education. The what, the why, and how we are going to do it. So, tafadhalini, angalieni hizo vitu and highlight these things. Vitu kama JKI and how deals are done low key. ID card saga. Be clear about the demonstrations, why they are happening. Those are the things you should tweet. Accountability from institutions, even IPOA. Tumekuwa tukiimba huku about IPOA. Those are the things you should tweet with. Ruto must go. Hashtag Ruto must go. Let's bring back the tag. It is possible, my people. It is possible. The 1,000 of you mkifanya hivyo, we will go places. So tweet with hashtag Ruto must go and tweet with also Nane March. It's there in the Jumbotron. Because Nane has to be big. We can always mobilize for this. Back to you, Esther.
Asante sana Wanyama. Kenyan. Oh, you went. All right. Mogo.
I think I'll be very brief and I'll try to really highlight a few cases. Some ni kwa Kiswahili. So watu wa pikipiki they kind of involved in those scenarios. Mwali tumeziona zikidepict, tunaona wanakuwa elewa, not all bodaboda guys are not educated. Kuna watu wengine wamesoma sana, ni graduates who are wamekosa kazi and they are doing it. So tusiweke lawama sana kwa hao ndugu zetu wa wanabodaboda, na kuna wale wa kulipwa na kuna wale hawajalipwa fanya kazi yao tu kama kawaida. You saw what happened in Kakamega, those goons wakijaribu kupenda hapo Kisii pia. So tukawa group kwa in a wrong group tuweke place mbaya tukiassume that they're the traders. Yeah, they're not the traders. It could be just a few hired goons, a few just a few rotten apples within the group that could be not wanting, actually don't even know what they're doing. You know, hawajui kenye kinaendelea. They don't know what the hell we are fighting for, what we are here for. So maoni yangu ni kuwa tusije tukawa group wale watu ni wajinga who are still very very traditional, still holding those traditional ranks za kuambia mkipewa hii, you know. I'm literally just being surprised that some people still believe that tukipewa I mean, like, I'm from Kisii, tukipewa somebody maybe Onyonka apewe kiti and then barabara, mimi kupita kwa portal, tapita portal same na wewe yule wa Kilimani, yule wa Ngong, you know, tutapita kwa portal. But what will happen kwa sisi wale tukiamua sisi wote tupiganie haki yetu kama sisi wa Kenya? You know, I had an estimate that some budget estimate ilikumetolewa na so one of the politicians saying how much money we lose in a year that can help build entire road network in Kenya, build all the entire class. Mbona ikue that we've been here for this is long that we have not noticed that all this money we are losing annually to these criminals. Kuna huyu pia Uhuru is the one who was busy just yani anaongea public yet we are losing 2 billion shillings. Really, and is the president, he can't do nothing about it. I mean, this is just the hooliganism that has been going on, and this guy felt like this is the
Asante sana Mogo. Let's have Shehe.
Ni aje majamaa? Shinda. Hii game tumeretreat kidogo, turudi tukiwa ad. Aura for aura iendelee, we eat them ad. Wale waseuka on the right, on the wrong side of Twitter, wenye sisi uonge ukweli, tutaendelea kusema ukweli. Tupatiwe aura, ukipatana na aura for aura, make sure you retweet. Hakuna kitu ingine. Sasa wamekuwa comfortable.
Welp, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say something very shortly. I think that worked for us is spaces. So the likes of Wanyama, Cyprian, KOT Songo, I think Edgar, Amerix, there have been, I mean, this, some more people like Afrocentric March, they have been very consistent in hosting these spaces. And in a way, we've never really said they are representative or anything, but I think their consistency is admirable. And so I think that we can use these spaces on the days preceding the protest, not to vent per se, because I think we've vented enough. And I'm not saying we shouldn't vent. I'm also not so when you come on spaces, atuongee mambo ya we already know. We already know what the problem is. We already know where the issues are. So the thing is, how do we make a protest that speaks loud? Okay? So for example, if it's transportation from where? Do we know someone that what are guys as well? Not to cause chaos. The harm from happening, because like I don't understand why the government should go to people's families and cause issues. If they're especially when they're sleeping. So like, how do we address those matters with the money that we are contributing? Do we hire some private security? Do we hire that kind of places that we can meet as a solid group, so that we can form a huge group and probably have people go as a unit versus small groups of people coming at 8 a.m., 10 a.m. Let's say Uhuru Park or Nyayo Stadium. Let infiltrators or whatever. The last point I wanted to make is the county of Nairobi, so that people can come in large numbers. About the counties that are far off, we can encourage people to come to Nairobi, but the ones that are near Nairobi, please encourage people to just show up. I think that's probably that's it. Thank you.
Asante sana Welp. Let's have
Esther,
Wanyama. Yeah.
ni Wanyama guys, we are doing it. The tag has started coming back, so please keep tweeting about Ruto must go. It has started coming back, imekuwa highlighted as part of, so that's your part today. That's the place that you're playing your digital activism. Eka something, just don't tweet that hashtag only. Eka something, what your frustration is. hata ukipigana na watu missing people, because we can't even forget about the missing people, and died as well. Put that hashtag mkienda hivyo, because that hashtag is based on access. So let's keep it going as we listen to the conversations. Keep the hashtags going.
Yeah, hiyo ndo nilikuwa nataka kuongelea because there are so
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I thank you so much for after listening to most of us speaking, and listening yesterday to Ruto, whatever he was saying in back and coast about the abroad issue. So I would like to finya kidogo, inject about it because currently I'm abroad, I'm a student, but I'm a student, I also work, and it's so hard that that Ruto can actually say, I'm sending people for is we miss home. We don't. I think I finished what I was studying. I now do cybersecurity. But I think the most thing I would really wish for is coming back home and working. But the situation back home is it's not suitable for anyone. I don't know how even you guys survive, but it's not suitable. The thing is, how do you make people who have gone to university them that there are a thousand jobs abroad, there are this and this abroad. Like what that's actually nonsense. That's absolute fuckery. That's absolute nonsense. I wish I would be there for the nane, but I am actually sending some fare to some guys to go to the match. And the other thing is, I mean, we should maybe church should be absolutely banned because they go to church pretend like they're holier than thou. Saizi hata na baidhi mtu akiniongelesha mambo ya kanisa ile tu ni venye napenda Mungu, I can actually go mad. But I think we should in some kind of way day in day out. Today I was looking and there is this anaitwaje CJ at is having a Ruto. That's why I'm actually like Ruto must indeed go. He has promised nothing. He has done nothing. I think we should completely inject this that Ruto must go to our parents, to our friends, and nane is just a politician. He is spraying us with PR game. Occupy the state house. We don't actually need him. I think Bangladesh taught us we can do this. Let's do this, guys, because we don't. It's now or never. We can't wait until 2027. Is going to provide internet services like the fuck is that? Fuck is because every day. I think someone should advise him as he to talk in big numbers, and also maybe say university students to talk in big numbers also and show up, because hakuna no. Ruto must go. Ruto must go. We are done. We are done. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon. Thank you. Bye.
And tweeting and retweeting and retweeting. And in fact, if you do not have something to put, just retweet from either the using the hashtag #NaneNaneMarch, hashtag Ruto must go, then it will be impactful. Lamar.
Nasikika kweli? Hello?
Yes, kwa sawa,
Yes,
kwa sawa.
sawa. Okay. So I'm starting by saying that there's a con yani hata mtu akuwe mjinga aje, we should be very ready. Tukae tu tukijua if we surrender our nini, I don't know, ni kama anaenda kwa kila mahali tu just ejecting uongo, anakuja tu ana about the police officers. Hawa polisi wanapaswa wakumbuke we are the ones who did our base. About 90% of the police hapo bure. Akumbuke sisi tu ndio tulimweka hapo through our mchangos, akaitishwa sijui I don't know 500,000 tukatoa, then sisi wale tu ndio tunachapwa na hao police. Please respect us. Hatuna shinda na nyinyi. ile haki tunatetea tunaimba tu mpaka tuingie tufike State House mahali we are juu akakaa huko. Sisi hiyo State House ibakie na mtu mwenye anajua what he is supposed to do or what she is supposed to do. Then you should have a very big meeting with these boda guys. Hawa watu wa boda ndio lobby CBD. I don't know how vile tunaweza organize the boda wamelipwa hiyo 500 wanapatiwa. Please usikue na hiyo jaa. Kumbuka wewe ndio mtu wa kwanza kuambiwa those lies by William Samoei Ruto, akakuita mtu wa boda mama boga. Until now you are suffering like many other Kenyans. Mbona mnakubali Ruto arudi kwa campaigning mood? Mpaka mnasupport huyu jamaa. Naona ni boda tupu. Hata kuna mtu anatembea na mgwata mbeba. Huyu Ruto hujai mbeba hata akupatia 50. Lakini mimi saizi kama mahali niko saizi Mungu alai. Yaani msitumike, alafu tusiruhusu hizi rally zisiendelee. Ukisikia anakuja area kwako, we fanya vile unaweza. Hata tunaweza leta hata nini? Hata hiyo barabara yote wasa kumwagwa hata bolea. Sikuja akaa kama mnampatia nafasi aongee, the more anawakoroga akili. So guys, about the 8 March, let us be very focused. Haki Mungu alai, yaani ujitolee kutoka kwa roho yako. Uone vile tunateseka. Useme ni lazima. #8 March. Thank you.
Asante. Baba Sha, mute. Or if yes. Okay.
Kuna kitu ina hello.
Yashin Baba Sha, mute kindly. Mute. Maybe you can go ahead before I call MBG.
Let MBG Go ahead, but I just wanted to highlight that I think let's reduce the time to about 3.5 minutes. Napata DMs mingi sana watu wanasema the queue is getting longer and longer. So let's do 3.5 minutes instead of 5. So in the spirit of just letting everyone speak and we speak the mind of the common mwananchi. Ukikuja hapa na fire, let's experience the rage. Ongea hapo hivyo roho yako. Rage that we need to keep going na tuendelee kuweka pia the conversations on point. 8 March, tarehe ni 8 mwezi wa 8. Please guys, we are mobilizing for that. So as we keep the conversation going, usikuja hapa na ukose kusema kitu about 8 March. Let's keep it going. Victor Mbugwa, ni wewe unaongeleshwa.
Thank you for this space, Wanyama. And I'm one of those who kama hatumii hashtag Ruto must go, I think hafai hata huku DM. Before hiyo tumia hiyo kuscreen watu. Moving on. Put in a bus and they meet somewhere and then come to Nairobi and all that kind of shit. Listen, we are not going for a accident anytime, na kila mtu ako hapo hivyo, mwenye haja kufa akuje, atamaliziwa hapo hapo. How intelligence works or operates, such that if one excuse me, if one to tell your children that at this time shit, ile mavi ulikuni hapo hivyo watakuja watahave kukunini, and wakifanya hivyo like right, whatever we are doing to baba, it's not going to be fun for them. Moving on. At this time tunataka accountability na funds, because one of the things that that has consistently shown up is what Hanifa has been doing. I applauded her, I congratulated her, but then kuna grey. And I'm glad Cyprian is here. He's been one of the ardent supporters of the movement. All of you, including Wanyama. Sijaona anyone aki facilitate, or rather coming through for their tweets. But I've seen her do that. So Aoko cabinet here. We said this is no longer a Gen Z thing. Gen Z or just, but the virtue of, it's just like what is no long. It was no longer a Mau Mau thing. It became a Kenyan liberation. To have more slots. They have to. This is the only chance.
Seconds.
Let them let them put their money where their mouth is at, or facilitate anyone who's out there, anyone. I've got so much to say, but let me hand over the mic, please, to the next speaker. Thank you.
Asante sana. I may drop you and maybe invite others.
Thank you so much, co-host. Me, I just say because I mean comrade wa KU, and I'm seeing so many comrades wakilalamika. I think brother Cyprian yako hapa, I can tell him comrade wanaitisha mic of us are suffering. Wazee wangu wenye wako mbele yangu wamemaliza chuo na hakuna kazi. Ni watu kwa ignorance. Strategy ni very simple. #March 88. Simple. What do you need what do you need more? Watu walikufa ama sijui nini. Sijaona. Kufanya action. We can do it. Nao polisi hatuwezi shinda kumtrace. Tunaweza mtrace na tunamuua. That's what we can do. Because mmeshindwa na kazi. DCI wako tu hapa wanatupea propaganda. Hakuna kitu wanafanya. Na ancestor ka kijana lakini ni kama kamzee pia. Ignorance, wakiwaambia hii kitu mnataka kusema leaderless, mnataka leader. What do you need for a leader? Unataka nini? Wakiwaambia hii mnataka kufight huyu Kenyans, what do you need? Imagine Bangladesh wanataka kurudi street. Nyinyi mmenyamaza tu. Wanawaambia #88, mnaanza kuleta tu hii na hii, mnapika tu jaba zenu. Tuachane na hizo vitu. Thank you.
That's very powerful, Hitler. It's me.
I had a guy talk, was it Mbogwa, talk about Kalonzo and Martha. When he said that we need them at this match. You see, the problem, Ruto akiona tu a politician, okay, first of all, Ruto mix. Some of us are genuine to the match, are genuine to the cause. So also I had about having a strategy. The strategy is only a flag, phone, water, and have all the energy to scream and all. We have of course they have cars. Why not fuel their car? Then have people carpool in their car to bring them to Nairobi. So long as you know the person you're carrying, usikuje tena ubebe NIS ama kanisa. 100 million, then the congregants come in there, they are coming from nyumba za mabati kaje. That is wrong. The church housemaids, that's like modern day slavery. I don't understand why you will be kicking the young people do even development. This guy does not even make life bearable and encourage investors to come into Kenya, because if an investor come into Kenya, I personally do not need to go to Germany to work. You know, I will just be comfortable because East or West home is the best. You know, this another thing I was to mention. It's about all this police brutality, honestly. Marching peacefully, but then the police wanakuja wanaanza vurugu zao, and of course me being a human being, siwezi rushiwa tear gas nisimame hapo. Of course you have to reiterate. And of which that should be wrong. Alafu
Comment that hashtag #NaneNane March, hashtag Ruto must go. We have sure, I don't know. Forgive me for pronouncing it wrongly, but go ahead.
Thank you. It is Chor Nyalango. Ruto must go. Nane March. Thank you, Gen Z, for initiating this thing. It is high time that now we make this Gen Z movement kind of religious. The religious leaders in this country, first and foremost, let me pick up with them. These are the people who have held us hostage for a very long time. First and foremost, it is the Christians who are messing us up. We don't see these politicians going to mosques and everywhere else. And the first thing we need to ask ourselves as Kenyans, how did we become Christians? We were colonized to become Christians. And that's why we are Christians. So we need to decolonize now our minds from the churches and the people who are giving platform to these politicians. I have a few suggestions. The government is tackling us left, right, and center. We cannot continue doing things the same way. Now, we know the government wako na machinery ile hyper kidogo wana we just find one morning tunapata president ako kwa certain church talking bad to us, anatuongelesha down on us. Sawa, he can do that. Let him go to that church, talk shit about us, but akitoka kwa hiyo kanisa
I mean, it's sure.
tunasalimia the entire
It's,
yeah.
I don't know whether it's my internet or it's your internet. You keep breaking. Maybe someone to confirm whether Chuor is very clear.
He's clear.
Anybody who can hear me?
Sure, you are clear. Esther.
Oh, okay.
He's clear.
Okay. So what I was saying, akitokea kwa kanisa aongee shit, akishatoka kwa hiyo church, jioni tunasalimia hiyo kanisa. And this is how we do. We expose all the leaders of that church to fight a common enemy. Lakini kama wewe sasa ndio una entertain enemy, unamuhost, wakitoka agree on that one kwanza. And then secondly, tuache kupigana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. The issue of ati sijui Anifa nini sijui nani. Listen, we are not all saints. Tutasanya pesa on my way to marching. Mnasema accountability, mbona ulikunywa hiyo bia mbili? Maybe tu energize. Mimi anajua vizuri sana. Nikianza kusema huyu alichukua hii pesa akafanyia hivi, huyu alifanya hii na hii, alafu you turn your attention on my faults, we will never move forward. We are different parts of history. I'm 41 years of history that you've never interacted with. Of course, me now, but if we take the spirit of comradeship, kama tuna focus on the goals, then we will go far. Me myself, I'm a millennial, like I've said, but the courage that the Gen Z have given us, and if we focus on these things, we have intellectuals between the millennials and the Gen Zs. Like I've said, as we continue going forward, hapa kwa Twitter, kuna pro-government bloggers. Sijui mbona tunawaweka. Vile tu tumesema, huyu mtu akitokea kesho kwa kanisa aongee shit, tunamulika hiyo kanisa. Why are we on Twitter and some people are tweeting against Gen Z movement and this hashtag ya Ruto must go na tunaobembeleza? Si tu report hizo ma account, tufanye kila kitu yenye tunaweza fanya kwanza hapo kwa Twitter. Watoke juu ni playing ground yetu. Unaona? Hakuna haja kuentertain watu kama hao. Tucheze chafu, lakini tukue smart. Shinda mtu anacheza chafu na sisi tunataka kucheza safi. Hata hiyo lakini tucheze chafu in a very smart way. Thank you guys. Aluta continue.
Asante sana Chor. Card, go ahead, and then Phil.
Okay, thank you so much, Esther, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, Wanyama. Ruto must go as the hashtag, and then Viva to the fallen soldiers. Okay, mine is just to emphasize again on what I said. On Sunday, yesterday, I was on the ground, as I said, and I promised to bring the feedback. And here, I'm here with the feedback. I was at Madare, and after I've done what I went to do there, I had to do civic education as usual. So I was talking to a few youths. Madara is in Eastland of Nairobi, and anybody in Nairobi knows when we mention Eastland, we know the youth who are from that place. And we know the courage that those youth have. Unfortunately, the information is not on the ground as we speak right now. A few. I talked to 10 people. Among 10 people, only 3 know about the X space, and they don't listen a lot. They just go there, like peeping, and then wanaachana nayo wanaenda. You see, so on the ground is like we are not there. We are definitely dying, but when you listen to Twitter Spaces, we are strong. You see, and that brings exactly what will happen on Nane Nane. We are here live, but on the ground we are not live. So automatically Nane Nane is going to be a mess if we're not working on the ground thing. So I had to talk to few guys. We were talking, we were discussing, and some of them were asking me some of the things we talking on the space. And yesterday there was a space here held by Eric. I tuned in and and, uh, okay, thank you again. So they were just happy and they felt like kuna mmoja aliongea mpaka nikasikia akumbe tuja dedi. You see, do you feel that? And then he was like, leta ndio nichoche mbogi yangu because people were very mad, people were angry because to be honest, to be a Gen Z right now is kind of turning out to be like, juu niseme aje, unatembea and then msichana anakwambia Gen Z, ile kiburi mlikuwa nayo kwani kumeendaje? Do you feel that? Sijui kama msee ameshaambiwa hivyo, but mi nimeambiwa several times, and then those people wenye walikuwa wanaongeleshwa pia walikuwa wameambiwa the same thing. So I'm here again to emphasize and I'm not giving up into what you're going to do. You will hire somebody, right? And then you paying that person, right? So who is between the two of us? Ni nani anaumia? And then after being hired, mnakuja mna
Ukiweka nyingine, because this will change the conversation. We change this narrative to the whole country, because when people start seeing everyone going around holding a Kenyan flag every day, not when we are going to protest, every day. That's why you look even the Western world, like in America, you see people flying their country flag in their own homes. Why do they do that? It's
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I see Dr. Miguna is with us, and also Samuel Makoure is already in the speaker panel. But let me give two people, then I welcome them in a very special way, as because they're the key speakers today. Plus, all of us, we are speakers, and we're gonna share the idea and the major goal we know. Professor Cheng, good evening. How are you doing?
Good evening, Larry. How are you? Thank you so
I'm
much
good.
for giving the opportunity, and it's a privilege to speak in this platform. It's a beautiful thing to see, the learned professor, Migai Akech. These are some of the people that we really highly respect in this country. But unfortunately, they are not in positions of where they can be able to, to make their voices heard. Mine, in summary, is to say, because I know old enough
And
just to make sure that things are said the way they're supposed to be said. But then mine, I would say that before we focus on Ruto and we say Ruto must go, our problem is not necessarily Ruto as a person. Our problem are largely systemic in terms of, do we have systems to make sure that if Ruto goes, then what then is supposed to happen next? Because again, it is very easy to remove Ruto as a person. But then what when Ruto leaves and then we have a Raila or we have an Ochieng. So what is the difference then that comes from a Ruto presidency and an Ochieng's presidency? So I will put that as a comment and largely as a question because I know Meguna is going to speak. So what can we do to make sure that we fix our systems and not necessarily personalities or offices? So thank you so much for that. That's my honest and humble
all right,
submission.
they can hear that, and they're gonna talk about that. The last person, then I welcome Dr. Hari, then we welcome Samuel, then we start our conversation. But yeah, I hear what you are asking, and that's the way I know that I will answer that. Yes, Godfather, good evening. How are you doing?
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Madge, Kingsman, and our guest today. I want to recognize the presence of Migaya Kech as well, and Daktari, the General Miguna, our young guy here, Makoure, etc., and the distinguished listeners and those who will be speaking here. To begin with, the revolution is on, and it is not an event. It is a marathon. So maybe people must not despair. We are still on. We're marching on. Can we send Ruto home today or in the next few weeks? That remains to be seen, but it depends on how the result we have as a people. How much are we keen on doing that? And that means, as Professor Cheng has just stated, it is not about Ruto as a person, but the whole system. It will be a system overhaul. Assuming Ruto stays till 2027, what is the game plan? Maybe this is also a conversation that we need to have so that there's that bit of reality as well that he might decide to stay. And if he stays, Professor Ochieng, maybe, yeah, thank you. If he stays, then what are some of the few things we'd like to achieve to ensure that the revolution is complete at the ballot? So these are some of the questions we'll be pushing to our speakers today, the General Miguna, Makoure, Professor Migai, who is a professor in law and constitutional matters, may also maybe chime in, and many other speakers here, so that we see how we can move forward with both the options, so that just in case one bullet fails, maybe the other one stands. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Godfather. Thank you so much, those who have talked. I want to say this, that we are setting rules, no personal attacks on this basis, and that one should be clear to everyone. I was waiting many people to join to say this because we don't not gonna repeat it. And also, let us be focused when the co say that it is 2 minutes, we believe it and we mean it. That's 2 minutes for us, for all of us to talk, because we are more than now 2,000 people, and many requests as much as so we want to everybody to at least have a voice on the same, but that can be done if we are to the point, and if you have a question, just direct it, and if also you can write it down there, it's very important. We're going to read them, and our speaker and everybody will come in to answer those questions. Daktari, how are you doing today? Good evening. Good how are you? How was your night? How was your day?
Good evening, Hillary. Good evening, everybody. I'm all right.
All right, welcome to Spaces again, and we're happy to see you, Dr. Let me welcome Kasamuel Makoure. How are you doing? Good evening.
Good evening, Hillary. How are you?
Good. Happy to
Same
see
here.
you, man. Welcome to Spaces, and we're happy to have you today.
Asante,
Yes.
glad to be here.
All right, Biril, I saw your hands, and then we welcome Dr. to give his opening remarks, and then Kasamuel Makoure. Go ahead, Biril.
Good evening, Daktari. Good evening, Marge. Good evening, Kingston. Mine was just very short. I was actually responding to what Migai said. If you see somebody back on the top of the roofs and buying the crowd, that is somebody that is suffering from child. Let me not mention that word, but that is somebody that is looking for attention from the wrong seekers. So let's forge ahead. Let's carry on with the discussion. Let's make it productive, and let's forge ahead. Viva people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerotich. I see you down there. If you can have a mic and also come in, we'll appreciate. Dr. Miguna Miguna, I see you, and the professor asked a certain question. I think you've heard him very well. Can you come in and also give your opening remark as we welcome people on the platform?
Thanks, Hillary. Once more, I welcome everyone to the spaces. I see also Professor Kivutha Kibwana. If he would like to speak, we would be more than welcoming him to come and speak. I welcome Kasmel, Makoure, and all the Gen Zs on the platform. It is Kasmuel and his colleagues and the heroes that died that have inspired not just Kenya, but the entire African continent and the entire world with their bravery, with their clarity and eloquence. It's very, very important, as I always say, the youth are the motors of change. And we have seen it in real time in Kenya for the last 1 month. It's quite inspiring. I wanted to say a few things preliminarily. I believe Professor Chieng has not been attending our spaces weekly. This point has been made repeatedly that when we say Ruto must go, we don't mean Ruto the person. It is a clarion call that symbolizes a demand by the people for the overhaul of the system, including the removal of Ruto the person, the head of the regime of Kenya Kwanza, and the entire political oligarchy in Kenya. So Ruto must go is not a clarion call directed at the individual, but it symbolizes what the people of Kenya are opposed to: the system of corruption, plunder, the system of nepotism and tribalism, the system of banditry, the system of abductions and mass murders of innocent Kenyans, the system that abrogates everyone's right and subverts the constitution, the system of lawlessness and land grabbing from the time of the flag independence in 1963 up to now. They are institutionalizing this system. That is why, actually, they have already institutionalized it. That's why when Ruto was put to a corner, it did not take long for Raila Odinga and his cohorts to come out of nowhere to start propping him up. And now they think they are fortifying well enough for him to go on rooftops and start lecturing people. I can see the arrogance that was there before June 25th has actually returned, with David Ndii and the rest going back to insulting Kenyans and the Gen Zs. They call them Gen Goons and other things. I would want us to reaffirm our commitment to this movement and to the revolutionary transformation agenda that the Gen Zs represent and have articulated. And we cannot do that if we don't organize and mobilize. Yes, this revolution has been and continue to be leaderless, tribeless, and organic. But it has to crystallize in terms of mobilization of all sectors of the Kenyan society, because no revolution can leave any generation, any gender, any class, or any region behind. We have to carry as many people as possible. So last week I talked of the broad-based movement where we are going to, and we must include all these factions and all these permutations of the movement so that we can win. We don't want to wait for 2027. It would be a tragedy if we allow this cabal to continue to be in power up to 2027. Kenya will be no more because as it is, they have already bankrupted it. So I think if people wait until 2027, Kenya will be waiting for burial. So the ballot is not a revolutionary pathway in a neocolonial state. Kenya is a neocolonial state controlled not just by the cabal who are who live in Kenya and operate in Kenya, but by the Western imperialist interests. So election is just a choreographed coronation of the cabals. We recycle them, one faction after another, but the system never changes. What they do don't change. Our interests and our rights don't change. And therefore, it would be an exercise in futility to wait until 2027. So I have seen people are talking about nane nane, but last week I said the best way to remove this system and to defeat Ruto and his collaborators is to have a daily protest. It's not materialized, but it is what I am still calling for. Having these breaks and letting the security forces to go and rearm and reheal and recoup and reorganize is counterproductive. So I will be keen to listen to what people are saying in terms of the real concrete tactical input towards this realization. What is it that we need to do other than just saying it? How do we get people to stay on the street day after day until the regime collapses? What do we need to do logistically? How much in terms of resource mobilization do we need for water, for flags, for tents, for medical camps, for whatever it is that we need for daily protests to materialize? The students in Bangladesh have done a great job, but they're just students. In fact, the Bangladeshi protests have not been the entire population or generation like in Kenya. It's just university students. And look at what they have done, even amidst a lot of brutality. So in Kenya, we are lucky that we have a more broad-based mass of people who are disgusted by what we've had and have come out on the street. In Bangladesh, they're not even demonstrating because of corruption. They are demonstrating because of the reservation of 50% of jobs for veterans, minorities, and people with disabilities. In Kenya, the problem is worse. So people need to be more angry and to be able to come up with strategies and tactics of removing this regime faster than some of us are seeing. Thank you very much, Hilary. That's all I wanted to say initially.
Thank you so much for that. called for, and you answered the Professor Cheng. I think you have had that, and the clear information is out there. Kasamuel Makowure, good evening again, bro. How are you doing? And chime in, bro.
Good evening, Hillary. Thank you, Dr. for that, and for every Kenyan who's listening. I'm at a point where it feels very difficult to be a Kenyan. And I say this because it feels as though the activities of the past month have been futile. The political class is trying to make it seem as though we were just but wasting time and we were just but playing. And I've heard the president somewhere say that when in one of his promissory campaigns, as he's wont to do, that he had reserved some money for some development project, and when the finance bill was kicked out, then he had to re-strategize. And you hear the language, as disparaging as it is, he talks of our activities the way he used to talk about the members of the previous opposition when he was campaigning. It is disparaging because, being on the streets as a young person, I did not look forward to seeing anybody die. In my head, when we started on Tuesday, we just wanted to sort out that punitive finance bill. But then the goings on of the past month have been nothing but eye opening, that have revealed the rot that we have in this country. So, a lot of the times when we come on the spaces, I feel like we tend to sit and talk about our hopes, our ambitions, and our aspirations. We risk going the direction that the establishment wants us to go, which is jumping on asking ourselves the what next. We're we're midwifing a very important process in our democracy, where the Gen Z movement is a vehicle for such an important social change that we we ought to now, and I will seek the indulgence of every Kenyan around to figure out ways in which we will survive the now. Because as much as you've had this countless times, I need to remind us that there are people who have died. They've not died, they've been killed by the police. At least 60 people. At least 60 are still missing officially, and hundreds have been maimed and injured and wounded. It's I think what I would love us to think about, what I would love us to steer this conversation towards, is what are sustainable ways for us to effect these kinds of changes? What are sustainable ways for us to ensure that when we say Ruto must go, when people are paid on the roadside, it does not demoralize us? Because you'll realize that the state has all the weapons, it has all the money, it has most of the influence, but we're at this tipping point where the people have reclaimed their sovereign powers and we're exercising it. And we are seeing through the balderdash that the political class is clamoring to instill in our brains, and the fear that they're trying to instill in us, the brutalization, the criminalization of our rights, the criminalization of us being able to have a flag and us being able to have a voice. And I was talking to someone from the media the other day in an interview, and I told them that the reason why they even managed to advance to parliament and even talk to the police without being tear gassed or beaten is because the government, one, despises them, but two, knows that they own them and they can gag and buy them at whatever time they want. But as young people, even if you are a group of 10 and you gave a whole month's notice, you still will be met with heavy force. So I think if you're a young person and you're a part of this movement, I think what we need to be doing is asking ourselves, how can we sustain this in a way that it does not seem as though we are pursuing selfish interests to fellow Kenyans, not to external powers, not to the powers that be, but to fellow Kenyans? How can we continue with the civic education? How can we help the people in our communities and societies to understand that this is exactly what we're clamoring for? Because the government is hell-bent on misinforming. You've seen what the bots and the bloggers are consistently doing, trying to paint this movement, trying to tarnish its name and infantilize it. I think it's very important for us going forward to see how can we sustain the momentum in terms of education, in terms of us mobilizing in communities, in terms of dealing with the infightings that we are seeing, in terms of just rising above sweating the small stuff. Because if I believe that this change will be made, we're at the point where we will midwife this change. And for me, it is very clear, it's as clear as day that we can change the system, we can change the status quo as it stands, only if we believe. And I'm just imploring you that don't fear, don't be afraid when we talk about the Nane Nane March. What are some of the ways in which we can ensure that it is a success? What are some of the ways in which we can track our progress in the mobilization in the week that's leading to Nane Nane? What does that symbolize? What does that stand for? What are some of the things we can consider to do to ensure that we do not lose more lives? What are strategic places we can congregate and gather? How can we also ensure that we have leverage over this oppressive regime that we have? I think I will stop there for my opening remarks, and then I will chime in a little later as the conversation advances. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel, and thank you so much for that. And we appreciate the work that you're doing and all the Gen Zs that are on board and what they're doing. Tony Gashoka, I see you on board. How are you doing? Good evening.
Good evening, my brother Hillary.
Yes. All right. What is your take? Welcome to the space.
Well, the first thing I want to tell Kenyans is that, war is a series of battles. And if you are in a war, you must understand that you will win some battles, you will lose some battles. Some of them will be neutral, some of them will be devastating, some of them will have to be repeated. If you look at the history of war, particularly the Second World War, people will argue which were the most important battles. And high among them was the battle for, of the skies, the engagement of the German Air Force with the British RAF. Winston Churchill was to say later that never in the history of mankind has so much been owed by so many to so few, because of the gallantry and the bravery of the English pilots that were able to down the German planes. And Hitler, from that moment on, made a decision that he could not conquer England from the sky. And that began to affect his strategies, including opening the second front to attack Russia and Moscow. But also, Hillary, we are reaching a point of reckoning where everybody is actually being held to task, including the Gen Z movement. Over ambition, there's a Chinese saying that talks about ambition, that ambition without knowledge is like a ship on land. And sometimes, if you are over ambitious in your strategies, you lose the war because you lose battles that you should have won. And right now, sometimes in this revolution, there is a lot of infighting as well as there is advancements. Who owns these victories? Who owns the title? Is it a Gen Z revolution, or is it a Kenyan revolution? Is it being led by this group or that group, or is it an anti-Ruto coalition that is fighting for change? Machiavelli in his book, The Prince, talked about that to win, a prince must have half skill and half fortune. We must remember that underlying this head-to-head with William Ruto's despotic regime is the issue of the economy. That this economy is actually in ICU. That the tax regimes that he was proposing are because 7 out of 10 shillings goes to the payment of debt, and the other 3 will not be able to sustain the economy. And that continues to become the burden that is put on Kenyans. So as you execute this war, some fundamentals will not change. William Ruto has been dealt his card by fate. He's got an economy that he cannot run away from. Reappointing the cabinet and going around the country holding roadside meetings will not change the economy. or the fundamentals that put people to the street. This is the case because the highest and the biggest motivation for us, the cost of living, which is tied up to this energy. We must remember that the economy is hurting Kenyans every day. So the motivation is not so much the bullets that try to fill our children. What is the motivation is that people cannot live under these circumstances in Kenya for another 3 years. And therefore, the urgency of the moment is because we must change things. And to change things, we are changing not just dictator William Ruto, but the way in which the entire regime, and in fact, the way in which the ruling class has governed us. Why do we need 47 counties when we could have 8 counties? In fact, Nairobi should be run by the central government, like Washington, D.C., and the other could be reduced to 7 counties for costs. Why do we have a woman leader when we don't need that, and the cost of running government, parliament, MCAs, etc.? So if we remember and recalibrate that the problem that we have underscoring all our problems is the cost of living, and therefore an unbearable burden on wananchi, then we refocus, and that becomes then a war, yes, dominated by Gen Z, of course, by their numbers, but also dominated by all other Kenyans who are living under those strenuous circumstances. And therefore, what is the way forward? Revolutions that are fought against the economy are many, from Mahatma Gandhi to the French Revolution and the American, Declaration of Independence against King Edward of England, when they said that no more taxes can go to England without representation. And therefore, if you look at where Kenya has reached now, it has reached a point where the ruling class have decided to consolidate with the dictator. But I want to remind this country that Africa has had worse dictators. I remember Dr. Idi Amin Field Marshall. I mean, that man was as brutal. It makes Zakayo look like a priest. I mean, he was hounded out of Uganda. He was a military general of self-description. He used to call himself a field marshal. He used to kill and maim Ugandans, at will. But they were able to overcome him. Samuel Doe, Kamusu Banda, Emperor Bokassa. Here in Sudan, you had the changes that came that people could not even believe a military general could be deposed in Sudan, which was, a functioning military state dictatorship. So there is no doubt that we can triumph against Zakayo using the economy as the backbone of this revolution and this struggle. But where we must go is to be able to allow these younger guys who are very vocal to also understand there is wisdom in age and experience. That some of us from the 90s have been through this kind of process when the Forum of Restoration of Democracy was founded by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Kenneth Matiba, and at that time, the former Mayor Rubia and others who were able to come together, Wamalwa Kijana and various other people from all over the country, Baramarawis from the coast. And those struggles in the 90s can be mirrored to the struggles today. Those guys were then the young Turks. And the issue was that at that point, we were looking for democratic and multi-party government. Now we are looking for economic emancipation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Tony, and we really appreciate your ideas, and also the match as you the history, and also the issues, what we can do and the way forward. And thank you so much for coming to the spaces always. And also,
Hillary, I don't think if Tony had landed, you just interrupted him as he was speaking.
Yes, I was just going to conclude, but then you came onto the space.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Conclude, bro. Conclude. Yes.
I wanted to lend my weight and my prayers to this idea of Nane Nane, because Nane Nane may, actually go down in history the same way the March of Washington, led then by Martin Luther King, came into history. It can become the amalgamation, the glue that sticks us together. the kind of light that we need to be able to give life to this month of experience we've had against Zakayo. So I wanted to say that the idea and the founding fathers of this idea of Nane Nane are no different. In fact, it is better well thought than when we did Sabasaba. I want to add my voice to support it. And I cry on call that if we can now start working toward a target, having a day, because it's very hard to organize weeks of protest and everyday protest, but we can actually put our forces together, have one thing, because when the March of Washington was done on that day in 1963, a million people marched onto Washington. And at that point, the American trajectory of the civil rights movement was changed forever. So I want to appeal this day on this forum at this space that let's also have a target. Let's have D-Day. Let's have a day when we can say we are meeting with Zakayo and we are meeting with him with all our force and all our strength. And there is time to organize, and there's a time to raise the funds and the organization for medical camp, for whatever is necessary. How can we put that together so as Kenya we can come and make Nane Nane an Independence Day in Kenya's history? That's all I want to say for now.
Thank you so much. I want to give this mic to my co-host. I see Maj, you carry up your hands, Kingsman, and everything. Everybody, welcome to the space, and let us continue to follow the rules. And also, when you open a mic, you have background noise. Make sure that you are in a quiet place so that we can keep our conversation clear as much as we can. Maj, I've seen your hand. Yeah, you can come in.
Thanks, Hillary. Welcome everyone to the space. Listen, now more settled to speak. I want to take it from there. I had the position of Dr. Miguna. I'm hearing the position of Tony and also of Casmuel. And Benji, as you come in, what are the concrete means of really achieving results? Because that is what the previous speakers are talking about, but in different tones. So can you share with us, really the concrete, steps that we would need to take to make sure that the results are achieved? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Maj. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Hillary, the host, Dr. Miguna. I'll be very brief. I wanted to come in at this juncture before we go too far, simply because I am very proud of what has happened in the last 5-6 weeks. And why am I proud of this? For those of you who've been around civil society for a while, people like Professor Kivuda Kibwana at the Center for Law and Research International, where I worked for a bit under Maurice Odiambo of the National Civil Society Congress. We had something in 2010 called Vugu Vugu Mashinani. And I'm very much able to talk to a lot of folks, including relatives that serve in government. And one of the things that the themes I've had in the last 3 weeks is what the president had asked is anywhere in Nairobi where you see 100 people, 100 people, can the intelligence try to find out where is the transport for these people coming from and where is the lunch allowance? Because this is also how NGOs operate. Remember, we're living in a society, Marge and others, where we have very serious manufactured poverty. Kenyans live on this thing they call less than $1 a day. It sounds like a statistic, but it's very real because hunger is real. Food is so expensive. There are no jobs. Under Moi, we destroyed all the industries. And that is the result now in the economy where people are literally that desperate. So when they're not really finding this was very disturbing. And this is also very encouraging in the sense that having attended the protests, I can testify that a lot of the people that came, young ladies, campus people, people looking for work, even people in private sector that were able to get offs. Because it was so genuine, I remember being on Standard Street near Trattoria, and the restaurants were just throwing water to us to battle tear gas. Um, Remember the first days Java feeding people, etc. And so this has been a very big shock to the government. In a country where people think more selfishly, where it's very difficult to mobilize even 100 people. Why am I giving this background? I'm giving this background because, by the way, Tony Gashoka was was referencing the Battle of Normandy. This was, I think the casualties there were something like 700,000. That's what Winston Churchill was talking about, just the grit and the valor, that came with this war. What I'm suggesting here has been said before, but I wanted to be more specific. And shout out to Caswell, who talked about Nane Nane. The Million Man March that Tony Gashoka has just spoken about was prior to Kenya's independence. The Million Man March by Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. We must get serious. Why we must get serious is because you can see Ruto has a problem. It almost appears like a mental problem, because I cannot believe that the president, and I have sent my petition to parliament yesterday to oppose the new cabinet. I cannot believe that you can dismiss a cabinet as a constitutional president and then return the same. If you look at Article 132, if you look at Article 75, Article 73, to dismiss a cabinet, first of all, a cabinet is not a hangout for homeboys and side chicks and whatnot. This is just a fact if you read the constitution, if you believe in the constitution. And so, for someone like this that has now reverted to raiding the opposition, riding around on rooftops, the only thing these guys will understand, and this is the challenge now to us, which is a very achievable challenge, is for Nane Nane, let us, as we build towards Million Man March, let us target to get 800,000 people on the street. It is doable. Let us, like for me, I'm going to get anybody and everybody that I know to join the demonstrations. They have to understand why we must do this. They have to understand that this country must be saved. And as I finish, I'll demonstrate why this country must be saved. 800,000 is, the safety is in numbers. You cannot kill everybody. In fact, I dare say, and I'm sure they're listening, that day for State House, a lot of calls were made and a lot of people were called. And I was called. I was called. And what their argument was that if you march to State House and the regime falls, then the next president will face the same and the one after that. And we have a challenge of losing the republic and losing our constitutional democracy. And I can hear that. And of course, if you're a patriot, you have a concern for the well-being of your country. But look at where the country is now. Look at where the country is now. So if we can mobilize 800,000, because what these guys have done is they've regrouped quickly, they're mobilizing goons, they're abusing Gen Z and us again. The president, as we speak now, is in a town hall in Mombasa telling lies. There's only one language a bully understands. And so Casmuel and the rest, if we get 800,000 people in the street, we don't have that. They will have to mobilize the Air Force and bomb us, and let them do that. Having said that, let me just highlight one thing and then I can close. The US government has written to State House on Friday. The letter is all over the place. It was in the form of a phone call, which then, of course, has to be typed out because the phone call is listened to by the CIA, etc., etc. It's very annoying that from the very start of these demonstrations, I personally tweeted Meg Whitman, and I've been talking to a lot of these guys before when we did governance work in the embassy, asking them to ask Ruto to stop shooting unarmed citizens. So now they've put it in writing. Uh, just to quote that, the president must hear the voice of civil society, must respect the contribution of patriots. But it just saddens me so much that we call out something on January 23rd, 24th, June 23rd, 24th, and it's until July 27th that you're putting it into writing when they've shot people in the head, when they're kidnapping citizens in broad daylight. And so countries that believe in democracy, that stand for human rights, must stand to be counted. This war is going to go even to the United Nations. This war is going to go ultimately even to the US Embassy because we are not playing. Kenyans are asking for their country back, and that is a very noble ask. Finally, um, I see people on here, I don't want to name them, that know a lot of the things that are going on. I'm made to understand that there's a very big scandal unfolding via the e-citizen where the boss centralized all collections of all monies, formed a company, and the brief was this is the money that we're going to collect via about 10,000 services in government, and then we govern the money. The concern for me is of every 10 shillings collected, 7 goes to debt, and then 3 to development. And we know that there's a lot of theft going on. So my question is where is the money? This money being stolen, because I saw a British Prime Minister saying, and I quote, that if the United Kingdom had been subjected to the level of looting that a country like Kenya has been subjected to, the country of the United Kingdom would cease to exist. I think we have a much bigger skunk here, and that might explain the very serious desperation on the part of government. So let us be focused. Let us not do small demonstrations. I don't believe in those small numbers things. Let's do 800K. Let these people put their weapons down and say, okay, now it is like for like. Tumewasikia. Now we must go by how you guys are saying under Article 1.1. That is, if we don't feel we're hitting that target, let us not then go to the street. That's unpopular to say, but this thing of a flurry of guys here, 37 guys here, 140 guys on this side, etc., let us consolidate 800,000 people in Nairobi. Let us march to KICC and fill it, and Uhuru Park, and we stay there. God bless Kenya. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks so much, Benji, and thanks everyone who's listening. As we proceed, I would like to bring on board ladies also to speak. We will restrict to 2 minutes per person who are going to, share about how you think we can make the plans concrete, and if you have questions to the main speaker, Daktari Miguna and Caswell, please do that. The reason why we are restricting to 2 minutes each is because we've had several times where speakers are not able to speak and they keep inboxing and saying we were not able to speak. So for the sake of fairness, if you're still waiting and you've been able to speak on the panel the past 2 to 3 times, kindly allow those who haven't yet had a chance to also have a chance to speak. Chica Freak, over to you.
Is she speaking much? I can't hear.
She's opened her mic, but I cannot hear her. Chica Freak, are you able to hear us? Okay. Okay, as we wait for her to settle, Dr. Majus, kindly proceed 2 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, our speaker today, Miguna and Makoure. I have some little to put across. Things have been said here. I heard Dr. Miguna talked about how we are going to do an overhaul, including the old politicians, if I put it in a simple terms. So I will ask him on that. By the time he will be responding, to tell us, are we here to build more enemies? Because we are in a war, guys, that people are planning for us. People are regrouping and want to make sure that we go nowhere. That's why you see a big coalition now. Raila and the president is now in one language. And if you do some analysis since the nomination of a new cabinet, people are speaking a different language. There are a good number that is speaking against the Gen Z. We might say that we are partyless, and I want to tell you, guys, we have been given a party or branded a party, Gen Zs, and with whoever is addressing anything that you are doing, we have been given a party or a name, Gen Zs, so we have been grouped in that name. Second to that, there is something that we must ask ourselves about a party. Can we form a party if even if it is not now, then in future, how can we use this? We are dealing with politicians, and if we are dealing with politicians, these are facts that we cannot run away from. How are we going to deal with them to make sure that we win? Even if we don't win now, the revolution come with time. Revolution takes time, and Rome also was not built in a day. How are we going to deal with that? Second to that, these people have now come They are out. You can see Ruto is walking everywhere to try to encounter what we have done for the last 1 month. How are we going to overcome this? I want each and every person to go through the 48 laws of power. How do you deal with your enemies? How do you scatter them? These are things that we should put in place. Then I want to request, can we take our focus direct to the parliament, even for this cabinet that was appointed that are just about to go to the parliament? Can we put our focus to the parliament so that we weaken parliament? I remember during
Kingsman,
yes.
okay, can you
Hello.
Marge?
Dr. Mijus, thanks. Let me interrupt you for 1 minute. Um, Probably I didn't explain. So for the 2 minutes that we are giving per speaker, after 1 minute, I'm going to raise my hand. So please look at my profile picture or any other of the co-host. If a hand is raised, it means you have 1 more minute to go. So Dr. Majus, try to land, then we go to Kathy, then Susan, and then either Caswell or Dr. Miguna can chime in on that. So,
Thank you. Thank you. I'm up again. I was requesting that can we take our direction direct to the members of parliament, just like we did it during finance bill. I remember we were everywhere for these members of parliament to an extent that some of the Ruto allies ran away from him and he remained desperate. Can we do the same so that we weaken this government by all means? Maybe reaching the state out might be somehow difficult to us, but reaching for these members of parliament, we can use this to weaken. If you can remember about the coalition government during Raila and Kibaki, Raila
okay.
weakened
So,
the
Dr.
government.
Majus, you will now have to land. We have to really be considerate of others. So please land and then you go to
Thank you,
Kathy.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you,
No,
thank you,
just
thank you.
finalize your statement and then we go to the next.
We remember by that time, Raila used that to weaken the government of coalition, whereby he will be consulted. And that's the formula that the government of Ruto and Uhuru used when they were stealing votes from all the way from the MPs to the president. And again, that's what the Kenya Kwanza has used during this time to make sure they have numbers all the way from the MPs to the president, so that there is no way you can handle him down. There is no way you can make the president toothless. But when we weaken the parliament, the president will remain toothless, and there are people we can reach out and we weaken as strong as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, because 2 minutes are not really much, to the speakers who are going to follow, kindly try to structure your speech in a way that you're able to deliver them in 2 minutes. We really understand, but we want to also be fair to those who haven't spoken. Susan, and then Chick Afrik, and then we can have Kasamwell and Dr. Ray chime in. Susan? Oh, Susan, are you able to
I can't hear.
speak? Susan Jefferson. Okay, if you're not able to, let's go to Chick Afrik. Chick Afrik, can you please unmute your mic? Okay, Susan, if you're not speaking,
Hello.
we're going to drop you. Yeah, hello, kindly
Can
proceed.
you hear me?
Loud and
Oh,
clear.
thank you. Good afternoon, comrades. Mine is very brief. I just want us to make a few, observations of what's going on since President appointed his cabinet. So now he feels very energized. He feels like he's got a bit of energy around him now that he's brought other people on board. And he's going around and promising new developments and saying, oh, we're going to do this so that he can, appease the masses. I think what we should do in every constituency, in every ward, we need to also look at what has been going on since he took power. We need to look at the underdevelopment, things like schools, hospitals, roads, and all the infrastructure in our wards. We need to document these and we need to counter all these things that he's talking about, saying that he has done this, he will do this. We need to come out clear and say the reason why we are saying you should go is because your government has failed. Look at the state of our schools. We put pictures on there. Look at the state of our hospitals. We put pictures on social media, and we share widely, even with international bodies, so that when we are talking about the failures of this government, we are also documenting what is actually happening on the ground. When he says that he's appointing these people, we need to start looking at their track record. So people like former governors, we can look at the infrastructure in the counties where they were governors and say, you're saying these people are going to, bring changes to this country. This is what was the state of affairs in the counties they led. So how then are we going to see more changes or more development in the country if these are the people you're bringing on board? And then finally, we also need to think about moving forward, because I think these X spaces are very, very good. But we also need to be conscious of the fact that the intelligence services, the police service, and all these, they're having, intelligence of plans that we're making. All the plans we have beforehand, they already have everything, and therefore they're able to plan against anything that we plan. So I don't know whether we can, have other ways of, keeping some of the things that we're planning under wraps, so that on the day we, come up with things that they were not actually aware of. Because at the moment, if we say nane nane, that's very good. But then if we put everything out there, they will be very, very prepared against any plans that we have. So I think moving forward, we need to have, other spaces where we can actually have a smaller group of people who can then refine the plans that have been made, and then decimate that in other ways other than not on the space. That's all I have to say. And thank you very much for organizing these spaces. They're very, very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Chika Freak. Let's go to Professor Fred and then Bakari and Caswell.
Yeah, thank you very much. Because of time, I will just go back straight to the point. I have the following point is that, first of all, we are very happy that the right diagnostic was done and that the right diseases were discovered. And these diseases are leadership, because we have a president who has no vision for the country. Governance is a problem because we have no accountability, no oversight. And lastly, people want economic liberation. So broad-based government is not the medication for that problem. So we won't care. So we have done as, let's say, Linda Jamii, because I've been in this activism for some time. I'm just trying to say some of the contribution we are making, which actually answer some of the concerns. One, on Wednesday last week, we launched a petition that will be giving High Court a chance to interpret how Ruto can go to office. I know that we are doing some on the ground, Mandamano, but we want to give Ruto air, land, and sea attack. So we are attacking from all directions, but the point is the target is William Ruto. So let's not be distracted. The common enemy is William Ruto. So we have to attack him all direction, in court, everywhere. I'm sure it will overwhelm him. So the other thing is that we have a bill to amend the constitution that will also give us a legal infrastructure procedure on how Ruto can leave office without having to go to the street. That is for prosperity and also prosperity. So that will also be something we are doing. The third thing is that tomorrow I'm putting a petition in High Court to declare that protected areas in government is unconstitutional. Those things were passed by acts of parliament, but they are unconstitutional, because saying no one can go to State House, which is the key decisions that are killing Kenyans, is made. The head of state is a symbol of unity. Why should his residence be a place where you cannot go? And it actually kills the freedom of movement. So that petition is very good. If anybody is interested, you can just DM me. I'll send you the petition, but I'm going to file it tonight. Then tomorrow, I'm going to give a press statement about what it is going to do. But I find it really earth shaking, because if we ensure that the court can declare that there is no unprotected areas during Mandamano, like I'm trying to say, everyone in all my tenants in my house have rights to their privacy. But if they're smoking weed inside my residential houses, then I have a right to go and check whether they're smoking. So William Ruto is smoking weed inside there, and you have to check. So the fourth strategy, which I want us to think about, is that we have not done well because we are allowing the media to be the one feeding us with current affairs. How can the Gen Z movement start driving the media agenda? I'm sure they are hitting headline, but the conversation is still about, oh, William Ruto or Raila Odinga. I'm sure that there is a need for us to come with a media strategy to start now directing the conversation around what we are trying to do, even defining what Gen Z is all about, not them trying to define us on their own ways. And I'm trying to say that what we need to do, if I now respond to what Meguna and Kasmela was talking about, we have to sit down and diagnose properly what is keeping Ruto in power, not his cabinet for sure, not even the PSS. So we have to diagnose and come up with those things, whether there are three or four. What is keeping Ruto in power? One of them is the money he's collecting. And we even have a petition again in court trying to talk about how some money he's signing appropriation act are constitutional, and that petition we're also going to hear it soon, is in very advanced stage. What are the options we have to dismantle the forces that are keeping Ruto in power? Strategically, I like what Tony Gachok has said, that there are a series of battles we have to win. Some we have to lose, some will remain neutral. We have to win most of the battles that are keeping Ruto in power. Then what will it take to bring him down? And somebody talks about agreeing on a 7 days of rage where we are going to go in large numbers and bring him down. And I want to say that I want to respond to as a speaker who spoke. That's my last submission. According to me, as a strategist, because this is what I earn my money on, when you have a dominant strategy, even if the opponent knows, you'll beat them. And according to us, there must be some things we know that if we do them, whether they know we shall do them, we will do them anyway, because we have power and we have the ease of execution. So, according to me, they have to know, but then we have to do them in a way that even if they know, they can't counteract it. Ronaldo had one style of dribbling in football, but before you realize he has dribbled you with the same style, he used to have only one style, and he works it out with speed and surprise. So speed and surprise should be a strategy that no one can always beat. So long as I have speed and surprise, you can't beat me, even if you know I'll use speed and surprise, because the speed and surprise will happen. As far as I'm concerned, no one should be giving up because this war will win it. And we need to work together as a team. And if we work together as a team with the focus we have, let us not have too many enemies of going to counties and senators, because Ruto likes it when we are distracted. Let us just focus on the man and hit him hard using air, sea, and land. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have one question to you before we proceed to General and Casmuel. Just for the sake of civic education, would you kindly list all the areas that are currently regarded as protected? Back to you.
Protected areas are 12 state houses and state lodges, which is Nairobi State House. And we wrote a letter asking the Inspector General, Regional Commander, and then the police OCS in those stations, asking them, we want to bring our petition on 30th of July. And they responded in a letter saying we cannot do it. So we have gathered those affidavits we are taking to court to interpret whether they have the powers to stop us. The other one is Parliament. They say Parliament is a protected area, so you cannot be able to go. And all those things are all unconstitutional because they were passed through acts of Parliament that never really had a thinking in the constitution we have in Constitution of Kenya 2010. The other ones we have them are just they can talk about the issue of vigilance house. They are just actually named in this act. But for us, we are targeting the 12 where we have Sagana, the one in Nyeri, we have Kisumu, we have Mombasa, we have Kitale, we have Kakamega, we have Nairobi, and then I think Kisii also we have. So they are just 12, and we want just to ensure that they can be allowed at a proximal distance to issue a petition to the president. And I'm sure that's where, if they can be able to, the court can rule we have that power, And one of the orders we're asking the court to ask Inspector General to explain to us how can the citizens be able to hand over their petition to State House, because all decisions that are hurting Kenyans are made right there. Why are we wasting time on going to other places which is not important? So they're just like that. And I'm sure that maybe I can share with Hillary, who is the host here, that petition tomorrow morning, because it has got a listed all that. Because of time, I don't want to spend everybody's time in listing. Thank you very much, co-host.
Thanks so much, Fred. Hillary, do you want to say
No, I
something?
was saying thank you so much, Prof, for coming and also for sharing that idea. And let us have that. You can share with me on my DM or my number. Then we will see how to spread it out. Thank you so much. I've seen Prof has joined the conversation. Prof Kibuta Kibuta, we really welcome you on board. Thank you much.
Thanks. So let's give Caswell the chance to chime in. Then we go to Prof. Kibwana, and then General can also then answer questions that have been shared until now. Then we speak the next set of speakers. Caswell, over to you.
Thank you, Madge. Uh, as we just keep on focusing on Nane Nane, because it is going to be, I think, a declaration of a collective declaration of what it is that we believe in. I think it is important for us to also um, remind ourselves of why exactly we're doing this. We're not doing this as a recreational activity. We're not doing this as an attention-seeking stunt. We're not doing this because other countries are doing it. We're doing it because we feel like enough is enough in this country. We've seen that there's a systemic rot, and it's a system that needs to be overhauled. So we're not and personally, I'm not being gentle about the fact that these systems do not work. It's not about installing people or instituting people in offices that do not work, in offices order of the day is corruption, in offices which you do not have autonomy, where if you're not controlled, you cannot week. That's why I'm saying it is very important for us to, one, come to the collective conscience, but also speak to the people on ground, because currently, as we're holding the spaces, the president is also holding a campaign trail, because if you listen to whatever it is that's happening on that trail, it quite literally is just a campaign, and it's almost as if it's trying to allay the fears of the people. But we do not have a problem with an individual, because even if we had a functioning if even if we have we remove an individual from office and replace him with a principled man, that would still be a problem. What we're calling for with this hashtag Ruto must go is a total overhaul of the system. We are not trying to have these broad-based conversations as they would have it, thinking in political factions, thinking of, we're just saying that this does not work. It is a total rethink of how we think of democracy and how we think of this country in terms of our independence. We still have a police force and not a police service. We still have corruption being the order of the day. We still have government official trading with their family members. Those kinds of things that we have said time without number are still going on. So as we go into Nane Nane, part of what we need to remember is we are not just trying to do a thing. It's not a retaliation. This is a conceptualization of the future we want. This is a rewriting of history as we would have it. When the colonialists were here, the Mau Mau said enough is enough, and they forged their future. And the various revolutions that have happened throughout time. This is us saying, from today henceforth, this is a system that we will want to work. It is not, a lot of people are trying to make it look as though we want to ban the country. And even if you think about the comparisons that they're making, it's just comparisons to try and instill fear. You've seen a lot of people who wanted to take advantage of the movement now gain their voices. You've seen goons come on the streets and abduct people and arrest and even beat and maim people. But you've also seen such enormous displays of confidence from various factions. I never thought that you could hold on to your comrade to ensure that they're not taken into police custody, into those tracks. I didn't know that it was not mandatory for anyone to be there. It's just that they have brutalized us and they want to beat us into submission and fear so badly, so that we lose our psyche and our collective desire for a better country. So if you're listening to the sound of my voice, whatever it is that we're doing is a total rewrite of what we want to see as a country. And I'm urging you not to give up. I'm urging you not to be afraid. I'm urging you not to feel discouraged because you're seeing that it seems as though some people are winning. Nobody is winning. We are saving this government from itself. People are trying to make it look as though we are trying to humiliate anybody. We are not trying to humiliate anybody. We are trying to say that we are tired of Kenya being compared to other countries. We want to write a story that works and functions for our country. So if you're listening to the sound of my voice, do not think that for a moment we are trying to oust a person so that we install a person that we love. No, we are inviting you to a total rethinking of this system. That is what we mean by Ruto must go. It means all elements of Rutoism, that all elements of corruption, all elements of cultism. It could be on Dingaism, Kenyattaism, Uhuruism, Kibakiism, all the isms that have bedeviled this country before. Those are the things we're saying we want to reimagine. So nobody has monopoly over the answer to the question, what next? What next will depend with what you decide to do from today. As we marshal for Nane Nane, it will depend on the amount of civic education, the amount of mobilization you do, the amount of encouragement you do, the amount of correcting misinformation when you see it online from those government bots, the amount of speaking to the communities and informing them that this is exactly what we are going to do. If we leave that responsibility to only one person, that's when you try and see them try and impose a leader on you. Like I've said numberless times, I am not a leader. I'm not a leader for this movement. I am a leader in my own right, but I'm not a leader for the movement. But everyone is trying to narrow down this movement to certain individuals. But this is an awakening of the entire country's conscience. It is not limited to Gen Z. It is a Kenyan political activity that we are undertaking and saying, this is not right. It's not working for us, and we have to rethink it. So if you're here and you keep on asking yourself, so what next? There's no time, because we are at the tipping point where we have the opportunity to rewrite the Kenyan narrative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caswell. Just two questions before we proceed. Do you think the other generations, especially the older generation, understand what you need or what you communicate? Question number one. And question number two, what would you then tell them? For example, if you could tell the first, I think he's dropped. Okay, I cannot see him anymore. I think he'll come back. I'll keep the questions for him when he comes back. Professor, over to you. Professor Kibwana? Oh, Caswell is back. Okay, Caswell, you dropped. But the question is, now I've heard what you said, I've had the points that you have really communicated. So now I'm just flipping it a little bit. So I want now your perception. What's your perception about how the other, especially the older generation, perceive what you say? Yesterday or the days ago, I was taught that I had a Gen Z come on a space and say Gen Z now means generation zote. Yeah. But again, back to you. Do you feel understood? One. Two, what would be the 10 things saying now you can use? Let's say just use Marge. Marge, I expect A, B, C, least even 5. Back to you.
Thank you, Madge. I think the psyche of the people understand whatever the psyche of the movement is. It's just that it is out of the ordinary. When people hear change is going to come, we usually feel that change is driven by one person. We usually feel as though change is driven by one political party. And that is what has always been happening. We have always been in a situation of a false dilemma in this country. But this is a time where we're saying that, yes, you people are clamoring and saying that you're making the changes. But it seems as though we are rejecting everything. And when people look at it, they say these people are ungrateful and whatnot. It's because people are forced into a false dilemma. Based on the people I have met, based on the conversations I have had with people on the ground in terms of civic education, because I believe this thing we have to do it everywhere, on the front of the protests, in the media, and more importantly, in the communities. The people are slowly trying to starting to understand whatever it is that we are about. And part of that, it gives me so much hope. But then if we all do not play our parts in being very vocal about this and owning this, if we allow ourselves to fall back to the traditional false dilemma that we always are, and we're like, so only one name has to rise out of a movement, we run the risk of cheapening what this thing is. Because even if you see whatever is happening currently, people are trying to shift the conversation from the issues to individuals. And I'm very happy that the people understand this. But also the government is doing, and the establishment, if I may, is doing its best to ensure that people are still misinformed, and people still they're trying to make it look as though it's government versus opposition. And even if you see the way people present the wording, they're like it's anti-government or whatever, those kinds of things. But luckily the people are kind of seeing through the ruse. It's still work in progress that needs to be done, and it's a change that's going to come either way, because the young people who are leaderless, tribeless, fearless, understand what this cause is about. And I know that we will bring about and midwife this change. Two, on agenda, I think it is very clear that we want a Kenya that works for all of us. And we don't need to belabor this point, that we want a police service, not a police force, that we want a functional government that's rid of corruption. But a lot of these things we will be able to establish them in a different and a new system, in a total overhaul of this system. That's why I'm not even too keen on stating demands, because I know, even if the question seems as though it leans towards what are the fixes that we can make, it feels as though we might need to make demands upon the current existing system. And we are saying that system does not work because it is laden with corrupt officials, and the corruption is rooted, it goes so deep that for us to deal with it, if we were to think about just sentencing a few people, getting a few heads rolling, we will still be in the same position in 3 years. We will still be in facing these same challenges. So a lot of it is in thinking about what does a new Kenya look like. We know that in the root, at the very, very base of the root, we have a problem with corruption. We have a problem with individuals acting as states and auctioning our future. We have a problem with bad governance and lack of accountability. These 4 things explain all the problems, all the lists which we could talk about. But the only way we deal with them at the root level is by actualizing Nane Nane and saying we are inviting the whole country to rethink what leadership looks like, what governance looks like, what public healthcare looks like, what finance looks like, what debt looks like for this country. So I think limiting it to a few reforms would seem as though we are petitioning the existing system. We're asking our oppressor to find different ways to oppress us. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Casmel. That's really well noted, and the point has arrived home. I would like to say that I think days ago there was an interview you did and you were mistreated. I would like to state that this is a safe space and nobody's going to ask questions that are leading towards narratives that we do not know who is pushing for. This is a safe space to every speaker coming to speak. Even if you're asked a question, feel free to only answer questions that you want to answer. No. As we move on, Professor, kindly take onto the mic. There's an important question I wanted to put your way. The last few days, I've been seeing a lot of bashing going on of youths who are assumed to be, trying to make money, and then there's something like, paid activism. So, how can we also inform people that, for example, Amnesty International has employees, and all these employees are employed. As a very respectable senior citizen of the country, I believe you've also seen these things go on. What steps can we take to also educate and avoid such scenarios? Because they have been really demoralizing the young people. There's a lady who shared a photo of a fridge, what's it called, magnet, and all hell broke loose. So there are people fighting for change, but the people are jobless. But anytime they see somebody who has an idea that could bring in money, it's already just being pushed back. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Marge and Hillary, Kingsman, and the General, and even the CAS General, Professor,
I can't hear anything.
Migai.
Oh,
Yeah, Professor Kibwana is speaking. Terry, probably if you could just try to leave and come back, we can. Can you hear me, Terry?
I can hear you, but I can't hear Professor Kibwana.
Okay, let him proceed. If after 1 minute you can still not hear him, then kindly leave and come back. Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but
Okay.
General cannot hear you. Dr. Miguna, can you? Yeah, okay. Then he's just left. He's coming back because it would be really unfortunate if he cannot hear you the whole time. Let's hope he will then hear you when he comes back. Kindly proceed.
Yes, thank you very much for all colleagues who are on this space. I think first of all, I wanted to say, because I know there is a time constraint, but I wanted to say we must emphasize to the young people that they have really done us proud, because there is an attempt to demoralize them, to make them appear as if all their gains have been in vain. And I think there is one of the papers where I saw their work being characterized as Pyrrhic victory, a victory without victory. They actually forced the president to dissolve the cabinet of his choice. They forced him to withdraw the finance bill, even if still that is not clear what exactly is happening afterwards. But in other countries, when you withdraw a finance bill, you actually resign. They have gotten the opposition and the government to come together. Otherwise, if it was not the effort, these two groups may not have come together in the way in which clearly that they have come together. They have told Kenya that we must detribalize ourselves and be tribeless, and began to put in the mind of Kenyans that fundamental change is possible. So I think we need to emphasize that these young people have done not only Kenya but Africa proud, and they are even being kind of copied elsewhere to bring about the fundamental change that we are thinking of our country and our continent. And listening to Samuel, he actually summarized that they want a clean Kenya based on the constitution and servant leadership that works for all. And that's a very simple message that I had him put on the table, plus also in their conversations and in these spaces that exist. And I think listening to Miguna saying that there has to be a sustained struggle so that the fruit that is expected is born. That is not inconsistent with Nane Nane, which is very robust. And then as it unfolds, there is work towards sustaining this struggle so that it achieves this result of fundamental change, because that's a very, very important point. If we do not uproot what has been there from colonialism and these 60 plus years, so that actually one of the things that should happen is to say, what is the Kenya that we want? And there has to be a space where that is thought through. We have all these, professors, activists, and economists, and whoever, political scientists, and everybody, so that we actually say that, like there was Vision 2030, this is the new vision. And if this vision is achieved, then there's going to be systemic change, and that becomes very, very, very important. And I think this minimum demands of the Gen Zs, when they said, drop finance bill, bring good cabinet, and all kind of stuff, they need to be concretized so that now there is something that says it is this, it is this, it is this, it is this, not because that is the main point, but to be able to juxtapose it with what the president and his guys are doing to show that even those minimum demands are being kind of subverted. But that is also quite important. And I think as we conclude, there has to be now focus main demands, like implement the constitution, not mutilate it, because already we are hearing of another BBA, another NADCO, and stuff like that. That's a very important thing, because they are trying to look at how do they get prime minister, deputy prime minister, those positions, so that they can do their coalition now and share positions ethnically. So implement the constitution, not mutilate it. No more loans without our approval. And it was said that if people don't get money, the leadership doesn't get money so that it can, pay out to this opposition and so on, then it means that their maneuvering is restricted. So I think that is something that we need to focus on, and to actually focus on the civic education, especially rural Gen Z and rural populations. Also create a mentorship for the leadership like this from MCA, all these young people now who need to get into the leadership from MCA up to the president. We have a mentorship program, and I think that this debate, that this is not just a Gen Z movement. It is led and started with the Gen Zs in their totality, but it is Gen Zs and progressive forces. And I really like what somebody said about Gen Z zote, so that it is a GEN, ZII, and zote, so that it is who began it, and it is for all generations. I really like that. And finally, I think the Gen Zs must give the other generations the authority to be part of it, so that the other generations don't keep away saying that we think we are usurping what you are doing, so that when people are coming to participate, they feel that they are supportive, they are not usurping anything, they are broadening what has been begun by the young people, and then, so that the Gen Zs, the progressives, everybody feels that those who want better for Kenya, better for our young people and everybody, are comfortable to continue. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I must have done more than 2 minutes.
No, that's all right, Professor, because you actually giving us your wisdom, so that's really perfectly welcome. Yeah, so over to you, General.
Thank you very much, Maj. And I thank Professor Kivuta Kibwana and Casmuel, um, um, Tony, everybody else who has spoken. I think that everyone has given very, very good ideas. I like it. I want to request the co-hosts to probably push NATO and Jerotich up there, because I see them down there. They were supposed to be speakers and I don't see them up. But that is as I continue. I want to focus on some of the questions that were asked before I make a comment. Um, the question about the media and whether or not there is something that we can do about the media to make our message or the movement's message. I say our because this movement clearly cannot belong to any generation. I say that with all due respect because there is no movement that arises out of a vacuum. All movements arise of social conditions that exist and that have existed historically since Kenya was created or was founded, and that throughout history, Kenyans have struggled for the same social issues that the Gen Zs are currently battling with. So there is no vacuum in the struggle, and there is no vacuum in terms of how this struggle has been fought throughout history. I was talking with Kasmuel yesterday, and one of the things that we discussed was there were victims in 1963, 1964, throughout history up to today. So when we are talking about uh, justice for the victims, we cannot only just think about the victims of June 25th. We have to think holistically, historically, about all the victims, the Pio Pinto Gamas, the Tom Boyers, the Adwings Codex, the Ochukas, and more recently, the Msandos, and the ones who died in 2018 when I was arrested, and the youth actually were demonstrating on the streets, and many were shot dead. Those people have not obtained justice. Or last year, when ODM was doing maandamano and many families lost loved ones. We must look at this thing holistically. But coming to the issue of the media, the mainstream media is owned by the people we are fighting against. So let us not be deceived. The Citizen media is owned by Royal Media Group, which is owned by S.K. Macharia, who was the chairman of the campaign committee of Raila Odinga. So when Raila Odinga joins Ruto in the illegitimate coalition, clearly Citizen will start siding with Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Hence, the mistreatment of Casmuel during yesterday's show. So we have to see this in context. When you look at The Nation, the editorial director of The Nation was paid school fees for by Raila Odinga. He has loyalty to Raila Odinga personally. So you don't expect the Daily Nation to start covering these things in a balanced way. Look at CNN. Who is the anchor or the reporter for CNN? Has done a great job so far, Larry Mado. But what did he do in 2018 when I was trying to talk about revolution? He shut me up. These are people whose origins and DNA are rooted in the cabal system in Kenya that we need changed. So don't expect anything different from them. In any event, the social media is currently the leading media in the entire world, accounting for more than 80% of media traffic. So once we dominate the social media and we disseminate our information in the social media, we can disregard the mainstream media. We will still encourage people who are invited to go there and deconstruct them. But don't focus on the mainstream so called media. That media is dead and dying. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the issue that I don't know whether it was Professor Chiang, but he mentioned that they are having petitions and constitutional challenges in court and blah, blah, blah. And they want to amend the constitution to ensure that Ruto can go without anybody being on the street. With all due respect, a misguided and wrong headed strategy. Law, and I'm talking here as a veteran lawyer of 30 years standing, law is an instrument of power. Power is not an instrument of law. So law and the judiciary serves the state. You don't expect an instrument of the state to declare that a regime should go home when that regime was elected, even if that regime becomes illegitimate before 2 years like this one. So going to court is wrong-headed when you are dealing with Article 1 of the Constitution, where the people have uh, recalled the legitimacy they donated to the government in power. And they are saying they now want to exercise their sovereignty directly. Don't go to court for any interpretation of Article 1 because you will not win. No court will declare this government illegal. No court will tell Ruto to go home. If you're declaring such orders, we need to have you rebooted to the default because you're not going to get those orders. There is no court in the world that will give you those orders. So it's a waste of time. We need to focus our attention to what is important right now, which is the popular movement on the streets. Let's be very clear here, because if we are not clear, we will not be able to achieve what actually is imminent. The current state, the current is inherently and incurably defective. So you cannot reform it. And when you look for court orders and you're looking for amendments, you're trying to reform this thing. It's like taking deodorant and using it on a skunk. The order that is going to come out of there is worse than the natural skunk, the order of the natural skunk. So let's not do it. The third point I wanted to make, there is nothing wrong with people saying we are anti-government. We are. We want Ruto to go with his government and his regime. So there's nothing wrong by people saying these things are anti-government demonstrations. Let's embrace that. Yes, they are inherently anti-government. If you are saying this government is incurably corrupt and incompetent and represents a system you want replaced, then you're anti that government. Let us not run away from what we are. Let's look at it as a badge of honor. We are anti government. We want to replace it. We want it to go. How else do you say that? What we are not is that we are not calling for the military to take power. We are not calling for a faction of the regime to take power. We are saying all factions of this regime have to go home. The military has to stay in the barrack, and the civilians will sort out everything that we have to sort out. The third point, because I think a statement was made about this, I agree with the statement, but I don't think that we got it clearly what the financial and economic situation in the country is. I was telling someone yesterday that if you go to a bank and you want to take a loan or a mortgage, you want a house, they will do an analysis of what your income is and what your expenses are per month and then per year. And if the mortgage is going to take more than 40% of your income, you will not qualify for the mortgage. I mean, you will simply not qualify for the mortgage because you will have other things that you are going to take care of other than the mortgage. So, which means you will default. Here, we are told that Kenya is using 65% of revenue to pay foreign debt and mainly to pay interest. In fact, to pay exclusively interest, which means these are only interest only loans. An interest only loan is a loan where it doesn't matter how long you pay it, you will never be able to touch the principal, which means this debt is in perpetuity. It's an illegal debt because no debt should be in perpetuity. No mortgage runs more than 25 years. So anything that runs more than 25 years has to be legal. But they're telling us this is a debt anti into perpetuity. Then they're telling us if you take 65% to service the interest, What is left there? What is left there is 35%, right? This 35% is not just going into development. In fact, zero goes into development because it 30% goes to recurrent expenditure, the salaries, the benefits, the per diems, the 200 million Ruto tax for jets to Washington, their first lady's office, the second lady, the third lady, the first daughter, whatever you want to call them. So then the country gets zero towards development. I'm not even talking about what is stolen. I'm now only talking about what they are saying. Then you have to account for the 2 billion per month that Despot Uhuru said was being stolen every month from our money. Then you know this is what anarchy looks like. They were saying it is the Gen Zs and the patriotic revolutionaries on the streets that were calling for chaos and anarchy. But what do you call this? This is economic anarchy. Because if you cannot come out of the debt trap and you cannot put any money towards development, then how can this be sustainable? How can anybody say this economy will create jobs? This economy will give us universal health care. This economy will be able to provide for quality education. This economy will be able to build roads. All these things they are telling us is just being done on credit. So all this is debt. Yet, the same people are telling us, and the Auditor General has told us, and other investigative forensic experts have told us, more than 2.5 trillion was stolen in the last 10 years and is sitting in offshore accounts. And they don't want to go get that so that they can clear the debt and be able to develop our country. And this is deliberate. So when you see Raila and the rest joining in with grade D former governors, some of whom are in court for corruption, such as Oparanya, they want to support each other because without this system that is incurably defective and cannot be reformed, they cannot survive. That is why an overhaul is inevitable. An overhaul is the only thing that can be done and must be done. I like what Benji Ndolo said, that we target even 800,000. That's a lot of people. But as much as 5 million or 10 million, because everybody in Kenya is tired. It is not right to say that that's all we can be able to gather, because as Ndolo correctly said, Martin Luther King gathered 1 million before Kenya got its independence. So if he was able to gather 1 million, there was no social media. And he was not even as organic, that organization, as this one. And the situation was dire, yes, but it was a different century altogether, almost. It was many, many decades ago. How can we fail in this day and age to be able to have even 5 million people in Nairobi when we are organized, when we can get together and hire buses and matatus, when we can loan each other money so that they can get transportation, when we can accommodate each other, when we can source for support from others who are as disgusted as we are towards this regime. We cannot fail. What I want to emphasize is that we cannot fail. And I finish where Marco Ure had finished the last time. He asked the question, how do we ensure that we don't lose more lives? And the answer is simple. If we show up in large numbers, we will not lose any lives because 1 million people cannot be shot at. 1 million people can march into State House and Ruto will be nowhere to be seen. 1 million people is a huge number. So our security is in our numbers. So basically, I'm trying to emphasize that we should do whatever we have to do to mobilize electronically using our social media handles, physically, and whatever way, so that we get these numbers and then we can remove these guys from power. Then we can be able to restructure and overhaul our state. I land there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Terry. And so as we proceed, there's somebody who's joined the speaker. He is in Asia, and so the time the time zone it's late. So I will let him go on. Deborah, I see that you dropped. The Kikombe, go on. Then we proceed to a citizen of Ghana, then Jerotich. Dr. Kawasi, Neto, and Lady Justice in that order. Professor Migai, should you want to chime in at any time, just let us know. Becky Kombe, over to you. I think he might be sleeping. Becky Kombe, going once, twice. Citizen, yes. Okay, Citizen, go on, and then I check on the Kikombe if he is able to speak. But please take 2 minutes so that we can have other speakers come on board. Citizen?
You call me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Kindly proceed.
thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers, Marge and Hillary. Greetings to my brothers and sisters of Kenya. I'm a brother Pan-Africanist from Ghana. You guys are doing great. All I can do is pray for you and encourage you. I've been listening and agonizing with you since the beginning of the revolt. I have said this over and over. You are doing this with the support of all of Africa, the youth of Africa, the old people of Africa, because, like in Kenya, nothing seems to be working almost across the whole continent. But my concern right now, and a lot of people have also said the same thing, what is the end game? What will your success look like? You know, for a revolution to be leaderless, tribeless, and pervasive is a blessing. However, as gradual progress is gained, there has to be some structure to finish the job. The reasons for the disgust and the dissatisfaction are clear and the same across Africa. Joblessness, corruption, overborrowing, importation, taxation without representation, political class, upheaval, and impunity. Now, Professor, what's his name? Miguna has really said a lot of important things philosophically and practically. You know, since independence, colonialism was the first thing that we had to fight against, but before that was slavery. So Africans have had the wrong mindset. And if you don't have the right mindset, it becomes very, very difficult to progress. We are the largest continent in terms of land mass and also the richest in terms of mineral resources. But in terms of finances and economics, we are the poorest. So to me, something is wrong. But I want to encourage you to continue what you're doing. But at some point, as I've said, you have to try to find some structure which will calculate the objectives of the revolution and how to get the objectives implemented. Because if it continues to be amorphous, then it becomes very difficult and you will give armor to the people you're trying to remove to regroup, to strategize. And so long as they have control of the security services and the armed services, it becomes very difficult. So thank you for letting me speak. I wish you well. Godspeed. The whole of Africa is behind you. Win for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Citizen, for your contribution and also for keeping the time. Kingsman, I see you wanted to say something before Jerotich proceeds. Kingsman? Okay.
He's having some network issues. Yeah, Jerotich is here, Mkwasi is here. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Yes, Marge. Who is next?
Dirotich, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Revolutionary Patriots. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Mine is going to be very brief because a lot of what I was thinking about and mulling over since our last session has been covered. And mine is really, once again, a rallying call and a strong encouragement. First and foremost, I want us never to forget the 60 young men and women who have been killed. You know, we have a regime that is shameless. And I always know that the public is the private is public and the personal is political. And what we see in this particular regime, publicly and politically, is a manifestation of how Ruto and his cabal behave privately and personally. This is why the tears of the mothers and the fathers will never land. Justice and restitution will have to be demanded, and it will have to be exacted. This flying, as Boniface Mwangi had said once, this flying has now been replaced with lying. And the propaganda caravans that are in full swing around the coast and different parts of the country shows me that this regime believes that it is systematically besting us. And ours is to remind ourselves that we will not be bested by this regime. Nane Nane, in my opinion, should be the second and critical turning point following the 25th of June. And many of us have already said that during this space. However, we must not leave this to Gen Z to mobilize. Gen Zote, as Professor Kibwana said, and I've seen it floating around and I've started using it in my tweets. Gen Zote must step in, all of us. And Dr. Miguna has regularly reminded us that this is not a revolution for Gen Z. It is mobilized and has been galvanized by Gen Z, but this is Gen Zote. I was actually speaking to a very fearless, incisive, and influential Gen Z the other day who was saying that they have at least 25 dependents who are relying on them for school fees and all manner of other financial requirements. And as I was listening to this person, I said, are we going to wear our Gen Z down, praising them for their valor and willingness to die for all of us? We will then be no different than this regime that is also outweighting Gen Z. Are we waiting for Casmuel to speak himself hoarse until he's bullied off the TV screens, which he wasn't? And congratulations, Casmuel, for standing your ground yesterday. We need, as Gen Zote, to step up and step out. We should no longer be worried about, oh, are we usurping? Are we taking over? Are we managing? No, this is all of us. This is our future. We need to mobilize fearlessly, and we need to figure out who is it that we're able to rally. I want to, for example, focus on the mothers. I'm the mother of Gen Zs. I have been on the streets with my sons, and I shudder to imagine how I would feel if something happened to them. So why should any other mother have to experience this level of pain? Let's think Freedom Corner. Let's think about what happened 34 years ago. There are lessons to be learned when mothers came out. Now, that might be my rallying point and my entry point, but we're talking about mothers, fathers, siblings, everybody, Gen Zote. We need, for example, as mothers, a mom squad, a Gen Zote mom squad, a contingent that will come out and say, enough is enough. You're not shooting another one of our children while we are all here fighting for a better Kenya. And as a prof had said earlier on, this air, land, and sea attacks, I love this. This simultaneity of action is what we need. It should be non-linear, but it should be incisive and focused on the end game. And that end game must be singular in our minds, which is Ruto must go. And as everybody has said, Ruto must go is emblematic of everything Ruto is. Uhuruism, Rutoism, that will come to an end, and we're going to demand it, but we can only now move to the next level of action if we are all together. And that is my rallying call. That is what I want to encourage us to be focused on. How are we going to make it 800,000 people, 1 million people, 2 million people? Who are we going to bring to the streets? This is not about wearing t-shirts that look the same and so on and so forth. It's about saying we are taking to the streets in numbers, in great numbers. No sloganism and sloganeering. We know that what we are saying. So please let us be encouraged. It's lovely to have these spaces because we can think and overthink, and then we get into analysis paralysis and say, are we really going to make it? And as we see the regime moving around, mocking us and trying to demoralize us, it is possible on the ground to just feel, we are tired. But let us not be tired, because this revolution is ours to win, and we will win it. Thank you so much, all of you, and viva, and let's keep doing this. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerotich, for your submission. We move to Mkawasi and then Neto. And if there's somebody speaking, although the speaker panel speaking more than 2 minutes, do not feel discriminated against. Those are our invited guests. So we're still going to add you to the panel. Do not feel discouraged. Mkawasi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Maj. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, kindly proceed.
I'm going to say something brief about the sanctity of human life because I feel it is central to what we are doing. I mean, every time we say Ruto must go, a lot of people have already mentioned that's about a whole more than one human being. So we're not uprooting a regime, we're uprooting a system. The regime is like a branch and the system is like the tree. And we have to think that this is a system that goes way back since its independence. The first regime, when it took over from colonial authority, and that came into power through massacre, stealing, governance, taking of land. And that culture went on from one regime to the other. Human life became an inconvenience to those in power because human life were people with a moral sense who stood up for themselves against what that system was doing. And so that is where the beginning of the indignity started. People's lands were stolen and given as gifts to British royals. I know this because I come from such a place. Imagine a community losing the land it uses to hunt and farm, land they use to feed their children and their families, to trade with each other. Land allowed our communities to prosper through very smooth local systems. And we didn't need British laws to tell us how to adjudicate our lands. But because of the power of foreign empires, entire communities became landless. And I'm mentioning this history because I want to show you the roots of the decay that now haunts us. And these are the roots we're saying we want to get rid of. Every time someone says, stop saying Ruto must go, why is it about one person? You tell them there's a whole history that goes into uprooting a system. Independence should have turned these means of achieving prosperity back to the people. But we know what happened. Our first government continued to uphold the same heartless systems from the colonial regime. Whatever was achieved in Kenya made no sense. There's just a veneer of modern development that sits on this very same system. There is absolutely no reason why we have wealthy neighborhoods on one side and sprawling slums right next to where millions live in insufferable indignity. And I'm sorry, I don't use euphemisms like informal settlements, especially when we need to rip the band-aid off the cancer. We call out the indignity of our fellow human beings the same way that we need to call out the indignity everywhere else. And this indignity is living in conditions that are just ugly eyesores with putrid sanitation, suffocating stench, hunger. Man, you know it. You guys, you either lived here or you passed through these places. And we can't sanitize them. We can't give them euphemisms, nice names. We call it what it is. And apathy becomes a thing that people have to live through because they've just lost the strength to keep screaming out. So we must really shout. We must shout out loud this idea of uprooting a rotten system and upholding human dignity. It should never ever be a normal thing to see a human being, a person sprawling in the gutter and passing out, and then we just pass them by. And I'm saying this because this is the kind of mentality that also goes into someone was thrown away and they're forgotten. Someone was found in a mortuary and very soon we forget. There are people who are found in a quarry. Okay, we fight. And then at some particular point, people are hoping that we forget. Let us never get into the place of forgetting the sanctity of human life. This has to be central every time we're talking about uprooting the system. And we have to keep on connecting this decay of the system to the heartlessness of individuals who take power in Kenya. Why is it that protecting of human dignity is in the Constitution? Because it really is at the root of a clean democracy. It's right there. Again, I say, like I said it last time, Article 28, all people have inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. How come we have that in the constitutions? How come we have that? How come we don't fight for it and withhold it every single time? And I did hear Dr. Miguna talk about when we appear in millions, that protects us from being killed. Yes, numbers will protect us. But at the root of it, we have a moral right to plant and inculcate a culture of human dignity and protecting the sanctity and value of every human life in Kenya. Just to wind up, I know a lot is going on in the background. I do get a lot of information, and whatever ideas and contributions we have, we're making sure that on the ground, you guys get it to the best of our ability. We are active. My hope is for all the disparate groups in the uprising to find a common path and get ready to plant that new and clean system, because we need that clean system. You all want the same things. We want the same things. I love that Gen Zetu thing. We're all together. Gen Zote. A Gen Zetu pia sio. So let's all get it together. Let's all get that together. There is, I'll say this again, because as it keeps on building up, I know individualism will creep in. There's just no room for individuals to play politics as usual, jumping from one political cartel to another. There's just no room to try to find your slice of bread and butter it. You know, lives will be lost, limbs will be broken. Hey, stand bold, stay strong, stay ready. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thanks. Because I just dropped. For those who are asking if they're being removed from the space, that's not the case. There's a technical issue going on. I've just dropped moments ago, and Hillary added me back. So thanks so much, Dr. for your ever motivating speeches. We really appreciate your presence. We appreciate you coming on board, and we feel motivated every time you speak. Thanks again for that. Neto, over to you.
Mad, I think before Neto goes, I think you dropped Casmuel from the speakers panel.
No, he's back.
No, he's dropped and he's back.
Okay.
People are dropping and dropping. Yeah. And Casmuel also as one of the invited speakers, should you want to chime in, don't wait for us to cue you in. Just open your mic or raise your hand. We'll see that and let you in. Yeah. Neto.
Thank you very much, Marge. Thank you, Hillary, and Dr. Mikuna and Kasmal, who are the key speakers this evening. Mine is to laud the efforts that have been done by the Gen Z over the past couple of weeks. And I really think that we are moving towards some very interesting points of convergence. And I know, listening to the speakers this evening, Jerotich, Professor Kibwana, and Benji, I think we're moving to the level where I think, the first wave of these protests, if I should call it that, was then Gen Z led, which is the real Gen Z. But now looks like the second wave of this protest is going to be a Gen Zote protest, which I think is a very good point of finding convergence. So really, I think if we made it that way, in terms of one historizing the struggles, the experiences of the yesteryears, of the 90s, 2010s coming to the fore with the Gen Z, the real Gen Z leading, I think we're really, really going to be moving forward in a good direction. I am in support of Nane Nane, and just like every other speaker has said, the more numbers we get into Nairobi, the better it will be for us. So I really think that let's do the very best for Nane Nane, and let's make it count. But even as we do that, we must always remember that status quo is always going to fight back. And there are always people who are hanging around to feed status quo with oxygen, even when they're on the deathbed. So we must be very cautious, and we shall never be discouraged. The fact that status quo is being given oxygen, that's characteristic of all struggles. So really, it's just part of the many things that must happen. But I really think we must keep our eyes on the goal. And that leads me to my second point. When we say Ruto must go, I really think that that's the overarching broad objective. I think it's incumbent upon us and the organizers, those who sit down to draw these things. We must break down Ruto must go into its lowest common denominator. We must break down what Ruto must go looks like, and what are the practical steps or the practical pathways towards Ruto must go, so that you look I had Tony say, this is war. And if we broke down the Ruto must go war into small battlefields, small battles that we must win as we move by, it will then help us, not to get discouraged, because part of the problems that we had was the lull. Finance bill was not assented to, it was withdrawn, then there was a lull. What next? So there needs to be a continuum of activities that helps us towards Ruto must go, so that each milestone then is part of circumventing the various military objectives towards our very goal of Ruto must go. That's the second thing I wanted to say. The third thing I like to say, even though we look forward towards Sabasaba, there are moments when you can really test something. Parliament in its indignity and this particular regime in its defiance and recalcitrance has already taken to the fore the vetting process of the various cabinet secretaries of the next couple of weeks. I really think that there's opportunity, there are three opportunities to do something there. During the approval hearings at the mini chambers of Parliament, we really, really need to accost this particular regime. There's also the chance when, in case Parliament is too hell-bent in approving these names, there's also that day, and it's going to happen in the next couple of days. And the third day, of course, is when these people move to State House to be sworn in. I really think that we must try to test our military, our military organizing in terms of those instances, even as we walk towards a Nane Nane. Nane Nane, in my view, needs to be good, big, but it needs to be part of circumventing issues around our military objective in terms of what are we testing on Nane Nane in terms of these big things, in terms of breaking the Ruto must go chunk and sending him home. The fourth thing that I'd like to say, which is what everyone else is conversing, which is, I think, is a good point, but I think it's a moot point, because all of us are agreeable to the fact that Kenya needs to be run on the basis of constitutionalism and rule of law. And the drafters of the Kenya Constitution 2010, I think, did an impeccable job in terms of trying to sort out Kenya's problems and try to write it all in the Constitution. So I think the pathway in terms of the Kenya that we want is really, really already in the Constitution. For example, if you looked at the current cabinet, it goes against the provisions of Article 73 and Article 75. Really, it's supposed to be a cabinet. Leadership is supposed to be based on meritocracy and, not nepotistic. It's supposed to be broad-based, face of Kenya. That is already lacking this particular cabinet. So that the issues that the Constitution spoke about is already in existence. So in terms of the Kenya that we envisage, I really think is already there. But I'd like us to also take something, which is what I think Professor Kibuta said. I have seen an attempt by the people who are supporting the status quo to try and speak in the manner of the one to an opening of the constitution currently. I think I'd like to say it is fairly dangerous. Because with ODM joining UDA, it is good to point out that they have a super majority. And, they have a super majority if they added with their numbers in ANC and Ford Kenya. So they can actually make a parliamentary constitutional amendment. So we must then guard against any conversation right now that is going to be talking towards constitutional amendments, because they have the numbers. So we must really then ensure that we stamp our feet in a way that they do not even attempt to go that way, even before we remove this particular regime. Lastly, I think on the 8th and moving forward, we must stretch the forces and this regime very thin. The more we stretch them, the more thin we stretch them, the easier it is for us to gain victory. We're able to do that in our numbers. We're able to do that in our organizing. That's why I'd like to appeal that let us, as much as we can, have central coordinated organizing. Those Gen Zs and everyone else who's listening to me who's in charge of this organizing, let us at least, as much as we can, close ranks in terms of coordination. We can decentralize the intervention. We can decentralize the execution. But as much as possible, let us be of the same mind in terms of the coordination towards 8th, and then decentralize the interventions, decentralize the implementation. I thank you very much, and I look forward to a day when we can have the Kenya we want, and we, the people, will be victorious and implementing the Constitution Kenya 2010. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to listening to more thoughts. God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Neto. Am I still audible?
Yes, Marge, I can hear you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I just wanted to say, Hillary, I'm having technical issues. I'm not able to add people, so I will exit and come back. But
All right. Who's
yes,
coming? Jerotich coming?
No. So just a moment. Let me queue and then I get out. So those I'm struggling. Deborah, I'm struggling to add you, and also Mwangi. Mwangi has been waiting for hours. I'm just struggling to add. I'm gonna do that in a few. As I go, let's queue in Lady Justice, then Ruby, and then after that, Caswell and Miguna can chime in. Meanwhile, don't forget to build the network. We're following each other. I'm going to just exit and sort myself out and come back. Over to you, Lady Justice.
Thank you, Hilary, Marge, Kingsman, and all the speakers. I would just love to add on to something that I've noticed for the past 3 weeks since we started hosting such a space. Every week we host a space. There are other conflicting spaces being held. And what that means is that most of the times I don't see the Gen Z here. And what that means is that on a daily basis, they have their own spaces that they're hosting. Like right now, I know the Gen Zs are raising funds in their Mchanga in preparation for the Nani Nani, but most of us might not know about that. So my only plea is let's find a way of how we can bring the members of the movement into our conversations. I know Casmol is here, but it might be very difficult because there are other rooms running. Oh, the other thing I want to talk about is the matter of media and how to address it. Like the truth is on a daily basis there's something being covered by the media and it's just being thrown down our throats and uh, I wonder if having a strategy amongst ourselves as members of the movements in regards to literally not sharing anything that is not related to Ruto must go and focusing on the subject. That's my submission. Thank you both.
Okay, thank you, Lady Justice, for that. Who's coming next, Ruby?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Hillary and Marge, for holding this space. I tell you, this Gen Z thing and this revolution has made me to come on X. I'm not an X person. Anyway, I'll be very quick. One thing I've noticed, and somebody brought it on X, is that, excuse me, each time there's a mandamano going on in downtown in CBD, the police goes to the slum areas and literally beating them up and like creating chaos in the slum areas. As we saw, one lady was holding a baby. They were being tear gassed in the slum areas. And also, like when she came out with the baby, there was gun. And I think this trend is a trend that is intentional by the government to kind of make people in the slum areas, because we know that each time there's manamano, there's more people actually in the slums that are coming out than the middle class, or rather the upper middle class. So the government is really using this to turn people of the slum areas against each other, because now they're going to start looking at each other like, hey, you are out to go to mandamano, meaning that we're going to get invasion at night with the police, and people might start saying like, you are not going, or you are the one bringing trouble. If you go in mandamano, you are the one bringing trouble, and that might is something might come up. And I'm wondering how the people, especially the vulnerable women in the slum areas, can be protected while the manamano is going on. And another thing I just want to add is I think this progress that's being done really well right now, because when there is chaos, as one I saw one MP or one CS saying that each time there's mandamano, there's no tourism that is coming in the country. And for the fact, Ruto hasn't left because he doesn't even know if he'll come back. So something is going on, and Ruto is back on the top of the vehicle. So as the people here, I think in the diaspora, I'm into pushing or to do whatever we can. I think we also have to create awareness here. If there is mandamano going on in your area, I think we need to also create some noise here. If Nani Nani is happening in Kenya, let's create our Nani Nani here and show up and make it loud so that the noise can be louder. So that Ruto can get the message and the whole world can get the message. Because right now, the legitimacy of Ruto is kind of watering down in wherever, because I know he really like to please the Western countries or Europe, wherever he goes. So yeah, so that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Hilary, I hope you can hear me now. Okay, great. So as we continue, Ruby, you brought in a very important point. At the moment, I'm really avoiding watching the Kenyan news, and especially when the president is speaking. I would, if I didn't know better, I would think he's trying to gaslight. But I would like to have a statement on because we had attacks in Zimmerman, but I have a feeling that it was not followed up correctly. If it was, then it would be good if we can have a statement on that. I think, General, as you chime in later, you can just share a few on that. Casmel, are you ready to speak, or shall we chime in another speaker before General takes over? Yeah.
I'm listening and just taking the insights. But just I'd love to contribute on people who feel like there's maybe an absence of Gen Z in such spaces. There never is truly an absence, because the essence of being in multiple spaces is for people to get knowledge, because once people are in a space, they're not necessarily confined to that space. There are going to be tweets and thought-provoking tweets that arise from these spaces, and that way we can cross-pollinate or diffuse the wisdom from the various spaces. So for me, spaces have never been about now 20 people. The most insightful spaces of action arise from that. So I feel like whenever you come onto these spaces are active and giving us ideas that you feel these are areas which we could um we could
I think
as we keep on listening and
okay.
we keep right as we keep on listening as we keep
Okay, Casmel, we're not getting you clearly, but I've had the experience. Just a moment.
we
I've
would
had the experience that when I think months ago when
we will
Okia Umtata was speaking, he could be. Yes, just a moment.
benefit greatly in
I'll text him. Hilary, can you text him? Just a moment. I've had an experience that when months ago when Okia was speaking, somebody would tamper with his line. So if anyone is trying to tamper with Casmuel line, please just let him speak. Let's hope it's just a network issue. Casmuel, kindly proceed.
can you hear me now?
It's better, a little better. Just proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patience. Thank you, Madge. Yeah, so I was saying, if you have any contributions that would enable us to make Nane Nane a reality, because a lot of people need insight, a lot of people need that deeper angle, which a lot of you might have insight on. Please make that contribution, because that's the only other way we can be able to have these discussions and crystallize the ideas into functional ones. So that's what I would contribute for now. But I'm taking the insights and mulling over them, and I know I will be able to action on them and share them with friends, of course.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry.
Thank you, Madge. Thank you, Madge. Thank you, Madge. I have heard everything everybody has said, but I would like to chime in with a few comments. Number one, Casmel is extremely correct. There is no way you would be able to know the age set groups of people who are participating at this or in this space to be able to say that the Gen Zs are not here. There is no specific space for Gen Zs. Gen Zs are in all the spaces, and we patriots are in all the spaces. Number two, what does success look like? I believe it is the citizen from Ghana or someplace who said that he would be interested to know how success would look like. Success to us are the things that Professor Kevuta Kibwana already illustrated. That we've been able to push illegitimate President Ruto to a corner, forced him to disband his so called cabinet, which he reconstituted with mostly illegitimate, corrupt people. He is now going around the country pretending to be campaigning. And I understand in Mombasa, somebody texted me that he's meeting with what he calls Gen Zs there. So that's a desperate move. We have him on the run, so to speak. Those things that Professor Kivurak Bwana said are what success looks like. We are moving towards the right direction. Ultimately, our success would be when we are able to remove this regime and the system and be able to transform it. We should not be forced or compelled to be able to tell anybody how that transformation is going to look like. But we've been here before, and we have said we will have a transitional system, a caretaker government that will organize fresh elections. And that election will lead to a new republic. People have said, and I think it is the citizen who said also, that instead of having this amorphous, leaderless organization, we should have something that probably is more organized. That's a trap. The problem is that the moment you give face to the leadership, which we don't have anyway, uh, the regime targets those people for infiltration, for bribery, for arrests or abductions, for torture, for death. And also, if, like happened in 2018, some of these so called leaders become opportunistic, like Raila Odinga did, he would then announce that he has dissolved the movement. We don't want to fall into that trap. We've been there before. So this is working perfectly well. Being leaderless, being tribeless, being organic, being formless is the best way because the regime does not know who to go to be able to dismantle the movement, and they can't. So I think if it works, let us not interfere with it. I like what NATO said, and I think we should focus close attention to this concrete steps that are being proposed. I think NATO is proposing that we galvanize as much as possible and interact with the regime during vetting, during swearing in, and any other occasion uh, that involves the regime trying to pretend like they now have the country together. I would have been happy if we had enough people to chant Ruto must go where he is at the coast. But I think we are getting there. Um, the last point is on Zimmerman, I was asked. Unfortunately, with the way Kenya is currently, there are only three ways you can get information out about anything that is happening. Number one, people who are there can take images and videos and be able to transmit that information virtually using social media so that we can get information, or send it to us so that we can get it out. We got videos which we released, but that's all we did. Number two, we have the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, whose mandate, an independent constitutional body, whose mandate is to ensure that they protect all human rights of Kenyans and to be able to give out information where such rights are violated. Unfortunately, the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights is in its deathbed, almost being defunct. So we have not received any information from that commission. We have NGOs like social justice groups, including in Zimmerman and around that area. We have not seen any reports from them. We have Kenya National Coalition for Human Defenders. We have not received any report from them. The Law Society has been doing a great job, especially with the apprehended and abducted and then taken to court, those who have been taken to court. We have not seen any reports from them. Elements of the media, including independent journalists like John Alam Namu, have also been doing a great job in terms of being able to give us information. We have not seen any reports regarding Zimmerman. So, as it is right now, we don't have reports of the injured. We don't have real reports of who, if any, died. And so we don't know. We are in darkness. The last point, what do we do to protect the slum dwellers, quote unquote? I don't want to use that word, dwellers, instead of residents, because they just happen to be poor people living in these poor conditions, who are attacked every time there are demonstrations. I have 3 comments to make on that. Number one, I don't believe it is our responsibility to do anything. The responsibility is that of the government to protect everyone. Our responsibility is to expose the government or the regime when they attack any Kenyan, whether they live in middle class areas, whether they live in the slums, whether they live in so called middle class areas, so that the whole world and the country know what they are doing. So when we have the information, let us share it, let us expose the regime. But we don't have the power to stop them unless, as we were discussing, we have enough numbers in the millions, which we can't when they're doing this as night, when nobody expects them there. So the only thing we can do is to expose them. But the responsibility of protecting citizens is that of the regime in power. And we should not let them get away with it by saying somehow it is because of the demonstration that made them attack anybody. These people have been abducting and have been attacking people without demonstrations taking place. I will give an example of myself. I was abducted from my house. There was no demonstration. Rex was killed coming from work. There was no demonstration where he was. The gentleman who was dumped in a dam, I believe the student that was going to JKUAT, he was not in the CBD. He was arrested around JKUAT and dumped in a dam. There are many people who are abducted all over the country, some of whom were killed. So the demonstrations are not responsible for attacks against citizens. How we use language is important because we should blame the regime when they do things against our citizens without implying that we are responsible for anything that has been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Terry. And at this point, I really, really would like to, you know, get out an appeal to everyone in this space. We saw videos of people really crying for help, people under attack. But days later, actually, the next day, I think, there was a political statement in the country, and these people have been forgotten. And we can't sadly say that, we're not having information. So while we continue to look for change, are we going to let down those who have probably been killed, those who have probably been injured? So please, as we leave this space, I would like to really request that everybody, especially those who live in those areas, try to find that information, try to share it, and so that we can have a concrete I wouldn't say report at this point, but it's pretty much sad if people are attacked that way. And then just a day after, Raila has joined the government. I think it was a day or 2 days after. I'm really not sure at this point. I'm sorry, but we saw how the narrative changed. People focused on what had happened, but forgot about these victims. So please, let's improve on that point as we proceed to the next speaker. That's Liz, Anthony, and then Wakili. And so now we're opening up to other speakers. So please take 2 minutes each, and then more will be able to speak. Yeah, Dr. Mkawasi, please take a go before they proceed.
Okay, just quickly about a note on the people who disappeared or who seem to have been forgotten. I've been discussing this with another group about the importance of having a center of activity where you have a sort of a wall, a space, a place where you do not you put the names of the people who've been abducted, those who've been killed, those who've been disappeared. And every day you have this gathering of people, this groundswell to make sure that whatever is done, we do not forget that. And that is part of that entrenching the sanctity and value of every human life. Because there's no democracy that is going to be new, to have new roots, if we don't have this sense of sanctity. And really, that really important point that Miguna talked about. This is also another thing that needs to go into action and can go into action immediately. The delegitimizing of an already illegitimate government, so that everything the government does or says, there is a process of delegitimizing what they say, rejecting the regime, decisions made by the government appointees, just a constant public negation of the choices that the regime makes, because this has to be something constant. They are playing psyops. They're playing games with your minds that make us want to forget what is going on. In reverse, there has to be a process of illegitimizing everything that the government does. And in that way, we are able to kind of win that psyop war. There are other things that I don't know if it's in this forum or a different forum that we can share, so that we make sure that what is put out there, we actually have the weapons, the wherewithal to attack what the government puts out against protesters. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. And I see Jerotich is raising her hand. Jerotich, you're next. I have a question as we proceed to Jerotich. I'm having some concerns. I know that the word massacre, there's a way it is described, but at the same time, one cannot wait for that description when things are happening. So there are past events or attacks where people have said there was a massacre. And then, of course, the regime came out and said there wasn't a massacre. So, Dr. Mkawasi, the last time you were speaking about propaganda, how can we help to have communication, to have people communicate, or probably just use words? I don't want to describe for people the words that they're using, but because you see, if we're being told, we say there's a massacre, of course, at that point when we're saying it, we don't have the evidence. And the other person who can bring the evidence can also not bring the evidence as we expected. Then we're told there was no massacre. But if there is in future even a massacre, it's going to be declared like just the past times that people say there was one. How do we navigate around that area, so that at least important events that needs to be shared out are shared out in a way that propaganda doesn't push it to the negative and of course bury it completely? Either Dr. or Jerotich. Yeah.
May I quickly say that in an uprising, you don't worry about the legalese of the terminology you're using. So because there is a legal definition of a massacre. So if we know 2, 3, 4 people have been killed, that to us ought to be as if 1,000 people have been killed. And what we want to do about it is take the names of those 4, those 10, those 20, whatever number it is, take their names and never drop that baton of continuing to hammer this person was killed, this person was disappeared, this person was kidnapped, and keep drumming it up. So formless as the uprising is, there needs to be a center of activity, be it something like what happened at Freedom Corner or wherever it is that people on the ground are going to decide. And that center of activity is going to have that space where you have those names of people, and their journalists will begin to come and they will say this number of people died. So we shouldn't worry about the legalese of how to define massacres, because that's just going to be a legal thing. If it's 2 people, that's 2 people too many. If we are entrenching a culture of the value of every single human life, 1 person ought to be as if 1 million people have died. And we should never let the government forget that. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ray.
Mark,
Dirotich, yes?
Mark, Mark, if you can allow Anthony Moredi to go, he has been here for so long. I think for the last 2 hours he has been raising his hand. You haven't been giving him the mic.
No, he's been
Please.
dropping. Dirotich, take a go, and then Anthony.
Thank you very much, Maj. I also know that you were referring perhaps to the early days after the 25th and talking about Githurai and some of the conflicting reports. And I do agree with Mkawasi that at the end of the day, we have to call it what it is. But where I hear you're coming from is in those early days with the conflicting reports and information where there were 200 plus killed and so on and so forth. There was an opportunity at that point in time for the regime to try and rubbish or push back on our assertions. But that said, I think we have already reached a point where we can shout as loudly and as often as we need to. So I echo and second what Kawasi has said in that regard. Now, what I wanted us to also remember is that even as we speak, and always in memoriam and in the name of those who have been killed by this regime, I want us to remember also that there are very many young people who have continuing court cases. And this is sometimes something that we tend to forget. I know, for example, on the 30th, which is on Tuesday, there's 109 who will be appearing again before a magistrate. These are the ones who are charged with being drunk and disorderly. There are probably hundreds upon hundreds of our young people who are now facing lengthy, laborious misuse of the so-called justice system, the injustice system. And they're going to continue to be in these slow turning wheels that exact and extract resources from them. And I just wanted us to make sure that even as we are creating this wall and understanding from a situation room perspective what is actually going on, that we bear in mind those who are now caught up in the jaws of this injustice, and see where else we can continue to input and support. And my hats off to the Law Society of Kenya pro bono lawyers, who are the ones who are always at night in Central Police Station, JKIA, Shauri Moyo, looking for those who have been arrested. And without this team of pro bono lawyers, many of our young people would be languishing, as some of them still are. So I really wanted us to remember that. And as I really underscore the idea of bringing more mothers into this space, as a tactic to get as many segments of the population involved, I just want to once again express my disgust at the fact that Parliament actually has approved the continued funding of the First Lady and the Second Lady's offices. The Second Lady, who talks about empowering the boy child, where is she here? Where is Mama Rachel Ruto? We should not even call her Mama. Where is Rachel Ruto? What is she doing? How are these women who are taking away from our limited and meager resources sitting back and watching our children, young people be killed day in, day out? This is, like I said, such a heartless regime. And as we call people out, we need to call those officers out and say, we are completely not with, and we will never approve that kind of expenditure. Who are they, and why do they think they are entitled to these resources? And as mothers, shame on them, because they should have been the first ones to come out and push for reason, and not just hide behind their husbands and expect to continue to be funded so that you can have prayer circles and all kinds of other things that happen within these regimes, and using our taxpayers' monies. So as we rally mothers, it's also a way to call out and shame those same people who are sat at the very top, even the women legislators themselves, the female governors. And I'm not trying to just pick out women, but I'm just following the mother theme and say, where are you while all of these things are happening to the young people of this country? And so let us, in our own way, wherever we can, mobilize at the same time, call out, shame, push back, because all of this is going to come to an end. So really, as I go off again here, just to say, let's not forget our young people who still have court cases, and let us continue to support the Law Society of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dirotich.
Mark, maybe before, just to make a recap on what Jero teacher has said, with what Parliament has just done, as you said, they have said no to scrapping off the fund for that is the first and second ladies, that is budget, but they had the guts of scrapping off the 10 billion that was meant for new employment of, I think, around 40,000 teachers that they did away with. And then they were like, the police have been very supportive of this regime and making sure that we are in power. So what do? Give them 24 billion or around 28 or 24 billion or something like that. So however how you look at it, because even there's a lady who spoke before who was talking about, I don't know, we need to sit down and vet this cabinet. I really don't think there is anyone whom you can look around that the president appointed from either party that you can start saying that even they are worth looking at in terms of the Article 4, in terms of the integrity. They are not. And this is just about self-preservation. So there is no way you can start even saying that let's go around and try to vet this thing. And for me, I think the moment we talk about trying to discuss anything that Ruto is doing, then we are legitimizing his government. So if it is Ruto out, that should be the main theme of whatever we are doing. Let's not diverge into how he has appointed this person, he's doing this and that and that. Because when we do that, then we are legitimizing his government. And we have seen the events of the last 1 week is that these are political game that they are playing, whereby it is about self-preservation. That now this is a team of, we are no longer now opposition and people in government. It is about a political class that has been here for the last 60, 40, 30 years, and they have to ensure that they survive. Political survival by all means possible. So, Anthony, yes, you can go. And Jerotich, thank you for that point.
Thank you very
Anthony,
much.
sorry.
Yes, hello.
Anthony, give me a
Thank
second.
you very. Okay.
Sorry.
I swear to God, I'm going to lose my line of thought. I've been having it from
Anthony,
seven.
kindly proceed.
But anyways,
Yeah.
it's okay.
Anthony?
I want to. Thank you. I want to agree with everything Jared. I'm looking for her name. Say has
Yes.
said. Yes, kindly, guys, as we discuss, and I want to echo what Samuel has said, we need to ask ourselves, as much as we say we don't need some sort of organization, today I was in a space where I literally had a young man break down into tears, talking about the young men who have died. We need to be so organized so that these men, because people are losing hope. And I think Jerotich can feel it. People are losing hope. Young people are saying we are marching every Tuesday and Thursday, and we are being killed. Our colleagues are in cells. They feel left alone. If we are saying we are coming out on Nane Nane, let it be a unified Kenya out there. If we want to sit and insist, we do not need to organize ourselves. Samuel is doing a wonderful job on media, yes. But you need to ask yourself, why do the youth feel they can trust Samuel? Because we've trusted him. We believe that he will hold the cause of the group at heart. So as we organize ourselves, let us organize ourselves in this manner. Let us have a media team, a mobilization team, a messaging team. So these various teams work together to remove one message, because our messaging is flawed. And Samuel can attest to this. On one space, people are agitating for a very different thing from the other space. But we all agree in all those spaces that we are meeting on Nane Nane. When people meet on Nane Nane, because they're in different spaces and saying different things, there is confusion. In that confusion, people die, people lose legs, people end up in prison. Now, after Nane Nane has happened, and I co-host with Andrew Kibe, people come back into the spaces and tell us, tulikuwa huko na hata hatujui kunaenda aje. As I learned, every time you host these spaces, kindly have a balance. Say you are going to have 3 Gen Zs who will not move from the speakers panel, so that you get to understand what is happening in their mind. There's trauma beating these guys down. I'm telling you guys, kindly, Hear from them more because they are in the forefront. Hear from them more. Get to sift their ideas. Then give those people like Samuel support. When you send Samuel to media every day with this other young lady, and they're doing a wonderful job. But at some point, we must appreciate that many ideas make a better idea. Okay, yesterday I saw Kasama. They were doing a great job with the lady, but I felt one guy was working against them.
Yeah. Can we
Okay.
in the spirit
Anyway,
in
those
the
are my
spirit of
points.
making
I'm
a
yielding.
balance, can we please stick to the 2 minutes as we open the panel? And I wanted to say that we're now opening the panel to more people. Let's take 2 minutes each so that we can speak. Dr. Ria, I see you. I'm going to give you the mic in a few. Anthony, I would like to say we are Kenyans, we're all Kenyans, and we know what how our people behave. Sometimes there are people who are in these spaces for for followers, and they will not stay in one space. And so when you see them not here, some of them, I'm not saying everyone, some of them are looking for spaces whereby they can just go and get those followers. So we are adding everyone. Those who want to speak will speak, and we're doing a very good balancing there. But once again, thanks for chiming in. Daktari, go, and then we go to Karaoke, Liz, and then Karaoke. 2 minutes each. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Maj. I wanted to comment quickly because sometimes some of these things are lost when you have so many people speaking, and then a very important contribution get lost in the heat of the moment. So Anthony has made very important points, and I just wanted to briefly comment on them. Number one, Anthony, unfortunately, it's a free world and a free country. We can't force anybody to join anything. So normally we hold these spaces at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. On Sunday. And some people choose to hold theirs almost at the same time to disrupt this one. And unfortunately, some of those people work for the state, and there is nothing we can do about that. So you have to appreciate the fact that when you're fighting a state, and this is a fight, just like Tony correctly said, that's a war, and there are many battles in the course of war, there will be contradictions in the struggle itself. And these contradictions are normal. These setbacks are normal. The problems you are citing are normal. They will always happen because, as I said last week, there is nothing that succeeds without it being resisted. Nobody in power is going to sit there and wait for you to come and remove them or discredit them, even if they are completely discreditable. Because the nature of the beast is to cling to power. And so they will use even Gen Zs that are supporting them or who are opportunistic, whom they have paid, or for whatever reason. We should not be sidetracked by what they are doing. So that's number one. Number two, Gen Zs who come to spaces should feel free to speak and request to be on the speakers panel. And just like you will be given a mic and you will be able to speak. Number three, you've made a very important point that should be coordination in messaging. I think that is very important. But unfortunately, the running theme is we are leaderless, we are tribeless, we are formless. And if anybody tries to direct you, say, who appointed you our leader? So sometimes some of us who have been in this struggle for a long time, we try to speak, but sometimes we are told to keep quiet. You're not a Gen Z. Who told you you're our leader? We are not listening to you. Uh, so it is important that we learn that we can learn from anyone as long as they are genuinely interested in the goal and the mission for which we are all committed to. Just like Professor Kivuta Kibwana said, uh, we have to maintain the momentum because we have achieved a lot. So let's not be sidetracked. Let's stay on topic and let's proceed. Finally, The regime will send people to speak where Casmuel and Mercy was speaking yesterday on Citizen TV, to distract, to distort, to counteract. You expect that to happen. We don't control those mainstream Githeri media. So we don't control who they invite. Tomorrow they may decide they're not inviting Casmel anymore because he's eloquent and he thinks on his feet and is able to deconstruct them. They will start many rumors and propaganda about him to discredit him. We expect that, just like they would do that against anybody that they consider is lethal against them. So let's focus on our agenda regardless of what a regime does. Because when this regime does these things, it's doing so because it's weak and it's collapsing. So let's just re energize our efforts, try to synchronize our messages because there is no central coordinating team. As NATO said, that's what we should be working towards. But we are not there yet.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry. Let's have a marathon now of a lot of speakers speaking. Liz, Karuki, and then Effend, 2 minutes each.
Hello. Hey, Marge. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Kindly proceed.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marge, for the opportunity. Thank you, Hilary and Daktari and Casmuel as well for being in the panel. I'm also grateful for all the learned people and the senior officials in this forum. I can categorically say that we have learned a lot on these spaces compared to all the other government-sponsored civic education programs that we've had in the past. I just have a small contribution about Nani Nani. So my contribution would be, let's be vigilant and alert as we gear up to Nane Nane. Because as I was going through the timeline today, I saw a tweet which says that goons are being trained in Boni Forest in preparation for Nane Nane. And so my appeal is that if you see something, say something. It may not be true, it might be true, but at this stage, knowing the kind of government we are dealing with, it's better to be safe than sorry. So if we see something like that, let's amplify it, let's share it, let people who have that concrete information share it so that we know as we prepare. Let's not go there blindly and just go that we are going to Nane Nane the way it was organic in the first time. We know this government knows that we are going to protest on Nane Nane, and they are not sleeping, just waiting for us to go. They are also preparing, right? So we need to be vigilant. If you see something, say something. It's better to share. It may not be true, but it's better to share and make people alert than to keep quiet, hoping that it's not true, and then it happens. So that thing is on the timeline. It has not been amplified as such. I saw it on as one person had posted it. I kept looking and I didn't see any other person. But I felt that since we have a big quorum on this platform, let me say it so that if you come across it, share it. Let's make noise about it so that we know that on Nane Nane we are likely to have more goods than we have seen, because also the number of people we are expecting on Nane Nane will be huge. So the government is preparing for that. Besides that, I don't have anything else. I'll just land and keep learning from each and every person. I think it's a beautiful platform to be in, and just listening and gaining more knowledge as we prepare for Nane Nane. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Liz, for being for keeping within the time. Karaoke and then Dan, 2 minutes each.
Thank you very much, Marge, for the opportunity. I have been talking to a lot of people, especially where I go to church, even today, and asking their opinion about the governance in Kenya today and the protests. Where are they? And it is surprising that so many people are supporting, even in the church where we think that maybe people are not saying anything or they are not supporting the protests. You hear people are very angry with the way we are being governed. They are very angry with the way the government has responded to protests by killing young people. But I ask these people, if you agree, then why are you silent? You don't speak. I don't see your status on WhatsApp condemning the evils being perpetrated by the government. I don't see you on Facebook. I don't see you during the protests. So I feel we have a duty to convince these people that it is not enough for you to agree or to sympathize with the movement in your heart, but you need to come out strongly and support. You need either on social media or that nane nane, you need to come out. So the other thing is, the other argument that I have had with people is that this protest started well, but now they have been infiltrated. Now it is dangerous. So does that mean we should continue to suffer? We should continue to tolerate bad governance because protests are being infiltrated? No, we have to go on. We have to keep fighting. There'll be dangers, but we have to keep demanding for good governance. So let me stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Karaoke. Dan, over to you.
Thank you so much, Maj, for the opportunity. This is a very good space for all of us. I just want to take less than 2 minutes. Number one, I would like to just echo what Daktari Miguna mentioned earlier, that even as we head for this Nane Nane, we should be very certain that we work on numbers because numbers will be our security. Secondly, let us not forget that even the state machinery will be putting some of their people inside and mix with us. So we should be brothers keepers and always ensure that we are safe even as we do this. Thank you so much.
Great, Dan. So Boss and then Benson and Cynthia in that order. Boss, can you hear me? Benson? Cynthia? Hillary, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Cynthia, Boss, Benson, are you here, guys, or you're not here?
Okay, so for the three who have just joined, we are not saying that's the case, but mostly when people are not speaking, that's when they start clogging the space. So going one, twice, two times, three times, we will remove you. Yes, and add on other speakers who have been waiting to speak. Yeah, okay, let's add Billy. Billy has been waiting, and then Caswell and Dr. can feel free to chime in. Hopefully Billy is gonna have an easy time. Billy, can you hear me? Okay, he's still connecting. As he connects, okay, Billy, take a go. Oh, he cannot hear me. Hillary, can you try to see if he can hear you? Otherwise, we proceed.
Billy, are you here? Billy Mijungu, you have just joined. I'm okay. Dr. Collins, are you here?
Okie dokie. So let's remove those two as we do.
No.
As we do, Caswell, chime in as we try to sort in to bring in more speakers.
Caswell, can you hear Maj? Makoure.
Dr. Can you hear me? Miguna? Okay.
Wow. Jerotech, can you hear us?
Oh, I
Yes,
can
I
hear you, Maj.
can.
I can hear you. Maj, I can hear you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
You know, there was a time that Zuma, the ex-president of South Africa, when he did whatever he did, I mean, in his case, we can laugh about it because nobody died. When he said whatever he was doing was a political something, something, of course, it was negative. But I think somebody might be trying to do some technical something, something on us. But let's try to concentrate. Dr. If you want to answer to some questions before we try to bring in other speakers, that would be great. Please go on.
I didn't hear any questions, so maybe I missed something.
Okay, so but then let me add Dr. Collins. Kasmel, I see you opened your mic. You want to say something?
Sorry, I don't know what keeps on happening with my connection. Yeah, there's something absolutely wrong with my. I don't know. My phone keeps dropping. It's weird. Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We're experiencing some some technical something. I quote Zuma.
That means we are doing. That means we are doing everything perfectly right. So let's
Yes.
continue.
Oh my gosh. Oh, yes.
They are trying to interfere with the speakers. You know, they cannot listen anything because you've added like six. Wilson, can you hear us? Collins,
Yes,
Edwin,
yes, I can hear you.
anybody?
Go
Okay, go
on.
ahead. You jump in 2 minutes. Then we see if other people can listen to us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry. Thank you so much, Marge, Hillary, and Caswell. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's been on the road pushing for a better tomorrow and a better future, a better home, and a better place to be. Uh, we've been on it from day one. I've always been there, and I've seen a lot of things. But what I can say, let's continue pushing. Let's continue pressing, because the moment we relent, then our destiny is being taken away from us. It's us, and it's us alone to fight for our own democracy, our own destiny, and our own birthright. Uh, there's a space I joined, and some people were talking about something. To me, it was kind of awkward. Talking about having a leader. We cannot have a leader for now. We can only operate in this manner, whereby we are leaderless, faceless, tribeless, partyless. Because I heard some people were talking about registering a party. For what? Because the moment you point somebody as your leader, that person will be killed. Another one will be killed, because her leader must be there must be a leader, there must be a deputy leader, there must be a committee. All these people will be killed. So let's just push it on this particular avenue, because it's giving headache to the government, to be honest. So we have people like Dr. Miguna. Some people are saying it's not Gen Z. Remember, you are the house, and in your house you are a father, and there's also a mother. All these people are the people to give the direction. So the people who have been there before us, they know more than we do. So they give us direction. Go this way. That's why I like it whenever we have Daktari, he give us insight on how we are supposed to do, what we are supposed to do, how we are supposed to tackle one situation or another. But the most important thing also, before I forget, let's be our brother's keeper. Let's not allow anybody with uniform or civilian to come and touch one of us. I've seen several times people are coming just uh,
Um.
from nowhere, kidnap people, and people are just staring at them. No,
Yeah.
that's the time it's supposed to be wild,
Mhm.
and that's the time we are
William,
supposed.
would you try to? Sorry to interrupt. Did you try to land, please? We were assigning 2 minutes each, and
Yes,
I
I'm
assigned you a
learning.
little more because we were trying to sort out others.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my last point is just let's be our brother's keeper when we go outside there, and let's put for what is rightfully ours. And I know before we know it, we'll be the winner, and the victory belongs to us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Dr. Miguna, would you kindly confirm in Caswell how much more time you have so that we can plan around finalizing the space?
Maja, I personally, this is my honest opinion. We've been going around for a while, so probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes, we should probably call it to a close.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I believe people also have to go to sleep and rest. Tomorrow is Monday. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good. It's a good one. Yes. So now we are going to still, the next 5 minutes. We're going to give the speakers. I think we're not going to add any more speaker, and then we're gonna go for closing remarks. Nyabuto, Collins, and Aoko in that order.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Kindly proceed.
You can hear me, Marge?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you,
Yes.
bro. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, my sentiments are like with the Gen Z revolution, we have awakening with the youths, especially how the thing happened. It was never expected. The government never foreseen what had come through. Now, we have seen that the opposition, who was Baba, is going back to them. I don't want to talk much about that, but all we need to be aware now and we need to be sure of it now is how we gonna stem this system out, because the problem we have now is a political class, and the political class, they are clinging together, coming up together to make sure that they stay in power so that they can be able to do whatever they want, whatever they expect to do onto Kenyans who are merciless, who die, Kenyans who don't have power to do anything that they want for them. Now, the only thing that can help us from now henceforth is to remove the whole lot of the political class outside the government and bring the new law. It happened in Ghana the other day. The guy that was elected, he was not from a political class. It has happened in the world all over. We cannot day in, day out being told when things happen good, we want to be like Singapore.
Mm-hmm.
But things happen bad, we want to be like, we want to go the Sudan way.
Kindly try to land, please.
Sorry?
Kindly please try to land. We're giving 2 minutes each. You already finished the 2 minutes, so please try to land.
Now the nane thing, as Miguna said, we have to refocus ourselves. We have to come out, and the march that is over, if we can do a million march, the government cannot shoot a million people. The government can shoot 5 or 10 people. That is enough. So nane march, we're gonna be there, and and Ruto must go. That's the point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Collins? Collins and Aoko, I see your mic is on. Go on.
Yes, thank you, Maja. Good evening to everyone. My name is Aoko. Myself, I'm a lawyer based in Kisumu, and I'm loving this discussion. In 1945, one very prominent author named George Orwell wrote a very good book, Animal Farm. In this book, the animals rebelled against the farmer. One by one, the farmer would one day pick a chicken, tomorrow it's a ram, the next day it's an ewe, the following day it's another ram. The government of Kenya is misbehaving. The animals are rebelling. The only problem is we are not properly organized. The government has a well-oiled machinery that if we're not very careful, they will pick one by one by one. Now, how do we solve that problem? Myself, there's an opportunity for all of us to engage in our various capacities. I speak as a lawyer. We have a forum here in Kisumu where we have a voluntary network of lawyers who volunteer their legal services on those who are in need. I believe we have various professionals within this forum who can, one way or another, bring in their professionalism to help those members who are in need. Lastly, I am happy with what is happening, but at the end of the day, this is what matters most. Like in the animal farm, if we do not unite with a common intention and we organize well, the farmer will win. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And as we close now, do not forget to build the network by following each other. Follow the host, the co-host, the speakers, look left and right and follow each other. We're going to the closing remarks in this order. Jerotich, Mkawasi, Caswell, and then Miguna. Jerotich, over to you. Was I on mute? Yeah.
Hello?
Okie
Yes.
dokie.
Sorry about that. The network was a bit weak. Word of encouragement, how I end is to you, Casmuel. You're doing a phenomenal job. I am in awe of you. We know each other from other circles, but here we are as revolutionary patriots. And let us make sure that we keep injecting, as Gen Z like to say, and do not lose hope, do not lose focus. As Dr. Miguna said, there will be concerted attacks against you. And as I encourage you, I'm also encouraging all the Gen Zs that you have done something that we never thought would happen in this particular decade. And I really just want to keep letting you know that we're with you, we're joining you. Gen Zote is on board, and we're not going to let you down as you have not let us down. So this is a word of encouragement to you and all the Gen Zs. Aluta continua, viva everybody.
Thank you so much. Mkawasi, Victory, closing remarks?
Sorry, my phone was my okay. I hear you all. Thank you so much for all your contributions. I just want to mention this thing about being leaderless. The uprising might be leaderless, but as we proceed to Nane Nane, we have a goal. And we have to be ready with able Kenyans who will actually form that interim government, because that is coming. I would say that we cannot allow fear to stop us from from having a ready group, a ready team of people. So while the uprising is leaderless, we can also operate on a different level, that we have people ready. We have enough examples where we can see how operations, how leaders can operate from a place where they're not known, they're not seen, but they'll be ready to take over the government. So it's okay to have leaders, but not have them targeted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Caswell?
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody who's spoken for your insight. Mine will be a request. I request that you furnish me with information so that I have better scope. A lot of this has resulted in me spending a lot of time in reading bulky documents, some which happened historically where I do not have enough context. But every time I've gotten on a phone call with a person who lived through these experiences, they become super easy. So if you have a breakdown, if you have links to YouTube videos that I could watch that could simplify a certain political ideologies, I'm really open to that. And I would, to anybody who's listening, and there, because this is a question that I've heard a lot of people ask me whenever I walked into places, how can we support you? uh, the whole leaderless aspect of the thing makes it very easy. Adopt a protester. Find somebody who's expressed interest in changing the country and volunteering their time. Give them transport. Give them money for water, or buy a T-shirt or a flag for them. But let's equip each other, because the only other way we are going to win this is mentally. And I was saying this some other time. I realized that there's absolutely no difference between what we're doing now and what the Mau Mau was doing earlier. But the colonialists called Mau Mau treasonous criminals. And I heard very recently our president call us treasonous criminals. And I think anytime the oppressed say enough is enough, the only way
Can you
the
imagine?
establishment can get back is by criminalizing them and by calling them treasonous criminals. So it almost as if enlightenment is an act of treason. Enlightenment is one of the greatest acts of rebellion that we could have. So if you have any information that you could furnish us with, if there is any sort of guidance that you could provide us with, I would really appreciate it. And even if you cannot be boots on ground, talk about us, mention our names in rooms of opportunity, because it's also becoming very hard for us to have stuff like employment and those kinds of things in terms of being targeted. So thank you very much for everything, for everyone who's been here. Fellow Gen Zs, thank you for yielding your time, your energy, and your efforts. And let the blood of our comrades who have fallen, who have been slain by the police, if I am to put it correctly, not have flown in vain. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your insights. I pray that God gives you the strength, the peace, the courage, and the valor and clarity of mind that we need to make Nane Nane an absolute success. Thank you very much, comrades, and viva to the revolution, viva to the courage, viva to every good deed that you're doing for the sake of the movement.
Thank you so much, Caswell. The network from people who are, especially those joining from Kenya today, is really, really, struggling. So we hope that Safaricom is not doing that technical something. As we close, Dr. over to you.
Oh, thank you, Maj. I love what I have heard, and I'm extremely happy. I want to give just two ideas. We can have more than 1 million people on Nane Nane, or on the day of the vetting, or the day of the swearing in of Ruto's illegitimate CSS. If we do this, this is very simple. Right now, maybe over 100,000 people have been listening to our broadcast. So let's assume we've been 140,000 people listening today. If each one of us was to convince 10 people, each one of us, just 10 people. So we give ourselves a task of convincing 10 people to attend any of these marches on any designated day, but specifically on Nane Nane, which is the 8th of August 2024. We will have 1.4 million people on the streets. So we can do it. It's very easy to do. You don't have to think of a crowd. Each one of us can just say, I'm going with 10 people, or I'm convincing 10 people to attend the march. You can do it from abroad. You can do it from any country. You can do it when you are in Kenya. It's just a telephone call away, a text message away. You must know at least 10 people that will be able to attend if you convince them to do so. And this thing will be over. We will be able to achieve what everyone, or well, at least the regime, may be deluded into thinking we cannot achieve. The last point, let us not get into our heads anything to suggest that the regime is strong, that the regime has strategies. This regime is bankrupt intellectually, bankrupt strategically, bankrupt tactically, and bankrupt financially. They don't have ideas. If you see the people they are appointing, then you know they have no ideas. They don't get it. We have said we don't want corrupt people. Those are the people they are appointing. We have said we don't want conmanship. They are involved in conmanship. We have said we don't want a system that borrows and makes us pay odious debt. And that's where they are. We have told them not to violate the Constitution. They continue to violate the Constitution. Therefore, this regime, and Ruto specifically, are irredeemable. That should make everybody angry. Let's be angry enough to say enough is enough, finally, so that we can look back to 2024 as the great year of liberation. It's happened in different countries at different times, and we can do it in Kenya. Let's do it for the future generations. I'm proud of the Gen Zs and the millennials and the Gen Zote. Viva!
Viva.
Viva. Thanks, Dr. Terry. Kingsman, let's take 2 minutes each to close. Kingsman, over to you, and then I close and give Hillary.
Mine, I just wanted to ask Dr. There are concerns that have been raised about the young men who have been held in police stations, and they are unable to raise maybe the bonds and all that. If there is already an mchanga for those people who suffered injuries during the demonstration, is there a way that we can mobilize funds for these people, even if it is because most of them have handles? I saw someone writing that they had been given a pay. I think they had been told to pay around 30,000 a cash bail so that they can be released, and they were unable to do so. Because we are here as a team, and we cannot leave some of us who are unable to fundraise or are unable to pay these small fees for them to get out and then join the force. So it will be if we harness resources, and one of it is one way is to have like a central system of ensuring that whoever who is asking for this who is asking for assistance is genuinely maybe unable to pay for it, and we harness a system whereby now we can identify and then be able to assist them to get out.
Uh, uh, so
Sorry, that is a question I wanted to
that's a
ask.
very good question, and I'm going to throw it back to the group. I don't know the names of people that could be responsible for the mchanga, but let me put the challenge on Casmuel and the Gen Zs on this platform to get themselves together, decide on who is going to be responsible for that. We can call another space or whatever, and we can announce that we are collecting funds. We use our social media platforms, and we individually contribute towards that good cause. But it has to be done in Kenya. I believe it should be done by the, I don't want to call it a leadership, but at least the faces that we recognize are genuinely interested and committed to the revolution, and who we will be able to call to account. I don't want to be the one nominating.